Thank you. And can I call this meeting to order? This is a meeting of the Exeter Highways and Traffic Order Committee. If I might first of all go through the sort of standard regulations. If you could mute your microphones and turn off when necessary, not speaking to improve the acoustics. This meeting is being live streamed. Those who wish to follow us online. We assume that all members who've been circulated the papers have read them in advance, so there will not be prolonged briefings from officers because the reports are there. And again, we expect officers to keep their presentations as sharp as possible so we can focus on the recommendations. Presentations will be displayed on the screen. And members will be able to ask questions about those presentations alongside the report. And as I say, members, please focus on the debate upon the recommendations that we have in front of us. And on some of them, we have several recommendations, so we might structure the debate to deal with them as recommendation by recommendation, so we get a clarity of debate and discussion. Right? And lastly, there is no fire drill planned for today, so any alarms that go off, please follow the appropriate signs out of the building. Thank you. Apologies for absence.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. All members of the committee are present for this meeting.
Thank you. Declarations of interest remind members of the public and attendees that all members have registered their declaration of interest. There's no need for them to specifically declare issues because they're in the public domain. Item 3 on the minutes of the meeting held on the 9th of October that have previously been circulated. Is it your wish that I sign those minutes as a true and accurate record? Could I have a proposer? Councillor Richardson, seconder. Oops, we'll go for Councillor Stevens. Sorry, Councillor. Spread it around a little. All right. No. All right, those are approved because we might need to make reference to them because they refer to some items are on today's agenda. Items requiring urgent attention. I have none have been informed to me. Chairman's announcements. I have one to make, which is really an urgent item at the same time. I and Councillor Richardson have been contacted by residents in regard to a pending TRO that's coming in place in Hevertree Road regarding the situation where a temporary TRO has been advertised to enable works to be carried out. And the argument being put forward by some residents is they've not yet had an opportunity to appeal the TRO, which has not legally been signed off at this stage, and they're allowed a period of 6 weeks in order for a judicial review to take place if they wish to take that route. This has caused some interest amongst the residents. Tom and I pursued it through the officers, and because this is an issue that might occur in future, I wrote to the officer, the chief officers of the council have been written to by the residents. I also wrote to James last night, set up James Bench last night, and asked whether I would be stating I would be bringing this up at this meeting and whether some clarity could be offered in relation to the points being made by the residents, because this is one that might, if it is a way we operate, it might be a situation that occurs again. So clarity at this stage might resolve the issue. So I don't know if James would like to reply, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So in terms of the legal process, we've got a process for temporary traffic regulation orders. So that's things like road closures, parking suspensions, temporary speed limits. And that is a very separate process to the process for permanent traffic regulation orders. Obviously, the temporary traffic regulation orders are been issued in advance of the works that are due to start next week. Obviously, the consent for those works was granted by this committee previously, with the consent to carry on with the bus lane works in Hevertree Road. In terms of the permanent traffic regulation order, obviously, again, that same HATOC committee gave their approval to make and seal that order. That order has only just been sealed. It was sealed yesterday. And obviously this morning we will be contacting all those that objected to notify them of that legal process, which includes a 6-week challenge to the High Court, where they can challenge the process. They can't challenge the decision, but they can challenge the process. And if they don't think we followed the right process, then obviously that's where they have the power to go to High Court. So that 6 weeks challenge process will have now begun, and obviously we will notify those residents accordingly this morning of that process.
Can you just clarify this is standard practice across the authority for all
Yeah,
TROs,
absolutely.
temporary TROs? That's,
In
I think,
terms
the
of the
point. There's
process,
nothing specific about Habitry Road.
yeah, sorry, apologies. In terms of the process for sealing the permanent traffic regulation orders, our general protocol is that we will seal the order before the work start. We will aim to notify the residents before the work start, which is again what we're trying to do this morning. The traffic regulation order will then go live when the works are completed. So later this month, when the works are completed. In terms of the legal process, we have to notify in the local press that that is being done before the works go live and the restrictions go live. And obviously that will be advertised in the press next Thursday, which is obviously well before the works go and the restrictions go live at the end of this month, or end of next month, sorry.
Councillor Richardson, is there any? Councillor Richardson, anything you'd like to follow up on that response? As a board member?
No, thank you, Chair, and thank you, James, for making that clarification.
Thank you. We now move on to petitions. We have a number of petitions today. Where a petition or a question relates to an item that's already on the agenda, I'm proposing that those petitioners and questioners are listened to at the time we discuss that item, so that we get a flow of ideas spreading into the debate. In regard to the first one, it is not on the agenda. This relates to the Stoke Hill roundabout, which is in my division and Jack's as well. And I'd like to call James Diamond to the lectern. Yours is a big or It's a big roundabout. You have 7 minutes.
Oh, got it. Yeah. 7 minutes. Gosh, well, I won't use 7 minutes. So,
Okay, thank you.
okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors. I'm here to talk to you about the Stoke Arms roundabout and safety at the Stoke Arms roundabout. I'm presenting this petition on behalf of 3 groups: the trustees of Exeter Cycling Campaign and our 1,800 supporters, the University of Exeter Bicycle User Group and their 117 members, and 30 families of children at the Stoke Hill schools, organised by Julie Lyle. I'm here because the Stoke Arms roundabout has been a known safety problem for many years, and despite multiple consultations, monitoring exercises and community feedback, the risks remain unaddressed. The junction continues to generate avoidable collisions, near misses, and daily anxiety for people simply trying to move around our city, whether on foot or wheels, by bike and by car. This is not a new issue. Devon County Council first consulted on solutions in 2015, 11 years ago. In 2021, Devon County Council consulted again and found 75% support for improvements to pedestrian and cycle facilities at Stoke Hill. Each time people raised the same concerns: poor visibility, excessive vehicle speeds, confusing lane behaviour, and inadequate provision for people on foot, wheels and bike. The message has been clear: this roundabout is not working safely. People were walking to the Stoke Hill schools, people wheeling to the football at St James's Park, people cycling to the university and hospital are forced to navigate a roundabout that is not safe. And the data backs that up. Over the past 10 years of available data, Stoke Arms roundabout has recorded at least 1 collision involving the emergency services in each year. In 2023, the Devon and Cornwall Police Vision Zero Southwest, of which Devon County Council is a partner, identified Stoke Arms roundabout as a collision cluster and erected "Look out for cyclists" signs. Sadly, there is no evidence that these signs have any impact on danger. The annual collisions have continued. In the most recent data, a 32-year-old man on a bike, simply commuting to work, was hit by a 72-year-old woman driving a Vauxhall Corsa in July 2024. A horrible experience for them both. No one likes this roundabout. People who have supported this petition have told us, and examples, Kat told us, I hate driving around that roundabout. I wish it could be redesigned. Sarah, a Stoke Hill school parent, told us, I've had a close call and my bike with a car or van 3 times. It is a horrible roundabout. Dan, a St James's school parent, told us, my kids ride to St James's school. They mount the pavement at Stoke Arms. They annoy the pedestrians on the very narrow footway to avoid the unsafe roundabout. What is most frustrating for us all is that the problems are well understood and the solutions are not radical. You have designs ready and the community support to make it better. And continuing to do nothing carries a cost. Every collision has consequences for the people injured and involved, for emergency services, for the NHS, for families, and for the wider community and their confidence in travelling around the city. Every near miss chips away at people's confidence and sense of safety. When residents tell you they avoid the junction or that they no longer let their children walk or cycle through it, when there are yellow signs saying look out for cyclists, that is a sign that this roundabout in the heart of the city is failing. People have engaged in good faith through every consultation. People have given their time, their experiences and their ideas. They have been very patient. We now need action. We are asking you today to commit to a clear time-bound plan to make the Stoke Arms roundabout safer. When a junction repeatedly harms people, when the risks are known and when solutions exist, inaction doesn't feel like a good option. Exeter deserves roundabouts that protect its residents, support safe and easy travel and reflect the values of our forward-looking city. The Stoke Arms roundabout can be that. We're asking you to act. We are asking for a clear, time-bound plan to make Stoke Arms roundabout safe and for a formal update on that plan at a future HATOP meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, James. Are there any questions from members? I'll first of all call on the correct division member this time. Tom, Councillor Richardson, if he would like to ask for any points of clarification from James in regard to his petition. I'll then ask other members if they've got any points of clarification they want from James. I will then ask the officer if they wish, if they're able to respond at this time. But under the petition system, James will automatically get a reply in 15 days from the officer following up on what is said today. Thank you. So James, Tom.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any points of clarification. Just want to thank James for bringing this petition today. Thank you.
Does any other member? Councillor Wood.
Thank you. I'm not sure whether it's a question to the officers or to the petitioner. I'm a regular user of that roundabout. Completely agree. You enter it, not entirely sure whether it's safe to do so because there's too many lanes merging just before the roundabout. That's the weird element of it. I just wonder if if it's on the map, if it's in chain, that this is being looked at, there's something will be done for it, or are we starting from scratch again by the sound of it? Thank you.
Any further members wish to ask questions? If I could ask the officers to respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll respond formally to your petition. But just to confirm, yes, this the Stoke Hill Arms roundabout is in our current plan, and it's at present further modelling work is undertaken on projected future sort of traffic volumes, as well as looking at existing traffic volumes as well. That's being done this spring, after which we can continue to detailed design for options that have already been consulted on.
Just on a point of clarification, could you clarify for members and for James what the funding position is, or the funding issues in regard to this scheme?
Yeah, we will need to, once we get to detailed design stage, we'll have a better idea of what the scheme will cost. The cost is likely to be high, so funding is yet to be confirmed for the delivery of such a scheme, but we've got funding in place to continue the design work at present.
I'll give this question to the Vice Chair.
And just as one of the hold-ups beyond funding, the officer time that will be required to dedicate to this project.
No, this scheme is currently in the program, so we are able to continue work on that. Yeah.
And sorry to come back, just to clarify on the funding, it is central government funding that we're largely looking for to generate the capital to carry out this scheme rather than local authority funding, I believe. Is that correct? So therefore it's a bidding process.
Yeah, just to clarify on funding, basically there's two processes we've got to go through. End of March, the combined county authority will be setting next year's capital programme. So that's the first key milestone, and there's work going on at the moment to look at our whole transport capital programme, not just cycling, but all the other transport improvements we're planning for 26-27. So that's the first one. And then because the government recently announced a consolidated pot of funding, which is combining lots of grants that we used to receive into a more flexible pot. I'd suggest later in the autumn, we'll have a better sort of a multi-year plan so that we can actually set out our priorities over a much longer time frame and given a better idea of our long-term programme of investment, not just for active travel, but for public transport and every other mode that we're dealing with. So that's probably expected in the autumn this year. But until we get to those two key milestones, we can't provide any more clarity at this stage.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just thank yourself and Councillor Richardson for your advice and support prior to today. Thank you.
Thank you for contacting us in advance and letting us participate. Thank you. No other petitions separate from agenda items to present, just in case somebody's rushed in with a quick petition. No, thank you. We now come on to item 7, which is the Dryden Road scheme. We have a number of persons and groups who wish to speak on this. We take them in the order that people write to us. We think that's the fairest system, so apologise if it might lead to a slightly disjointed presentation by some members, but that's the approach we take. Each person has got 3 minutes. There's a little tolerance here, but not too much tolerance, shall we say, if it goes to 5 minutes. So we'll start with Ian Frankham, who was the first on the list. For your 3 minutes, Ian.
Thank you, Chair. Belated Happy New Year to everyone. Thank you for affording me the opportunity to make a couple of points this morning. The first is one I get asked consistently by those seeking the reopening for all of Dryden Road. Are we using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Are we putting the cart before the horse? Or as Charlie the mechanic on Wamford Street would say, why are we replacing an engine when it's only the spark plugs that need changing? The residents, of whom over 2,300 told you at the last meeting in one of numerous petitions, clearly what they wanted, and that is Dryden Road opened for all users. Instead, we have the usual complex list of multiple options. Some are relevant, others impractical, and a process that will stretch any actual progress into the summer. Perhaps the depth of the consultation process proposed is an admission of the woeful nature and total inadequacy of the previous one. Some cynics might suggest the process is designed to confuse and divide, but we all know the outcome will be unequivocal and clear. It already is. Hundreds have responded already, and that is for option 3. Others say the officers, along with WSP cohorts, should have been more laser focused on the root cause of the issue and listened to the residents previously instead of being distracted by some of the symptoms. Much of the distractions raised around Dryden and adjacent to our hospital are just that, the symptoms and not the cause. The cause, of course, was the hugely unpopular and some say illegal closure of Dryden Road. The 65 drivers an hour that rut run and clog our hospital do so because they can't use Dryden, a symptom, not a cause. Increased congestion on Bovemoors is because they are displaced and can't use Dryden, a symptom, not a cause. Traffic on pavements on Wamford Street because they can't go left and up Dryden Road, a symptom, not a cause. Ambulances held entering A&E because of displaced traffic, yes, you've got it, a symptom, not a cause. The cause is because Dryden is closed, but you have the solution, and it's simple, could be cost effective, have real consensus, and cater for everyone's needs. Solve this, and many of us are convinced that the secondary symptoms will reduce or even no longer exist. So open the road both ways. Adopt today option 3 and allow the design to proceed at pace. Protect the E9 cycleway, it's already there, but provide protected segregation. It's a legitimate expectation of residents. It's simple, common sense, practical, and it's all that we have asked for all along. My second point is in reference to the potential makeup and time of a future of Hattocks, and ultimately includes the meetings where progress should be debated and long overdue next steps voted on and commit to action. My concerns were raised after the chair indicated to me that he is considering postponing the April scheduled meeting due to the potential of procedural changes proposed to the Hattock group.
Ian,
My-
as I say, you're up and over 3 minutes, so if you could draw it to a.
My simple question is why? I wish to be clear and urge councillors to resist this potential and artificial delay on unwarranted, unwelcome and unacceptable. Residents have suffered for too long. The current Hattock committee consists of 13 elected councillors, each represent Exeter constituents. Each has listened to previous deliberations, presentations and speeches and have taken part in the debates like they are today. So why do we need to change that? I urge all councillors on behalf of constituents, residents, hospital staff and visitors and all those affected to resist any attempt to delay for political reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. 3 minutes 52. I now call on Alderman Owen Foggen, please, with her 3 Exeter minutes.
Chair, councillors and officers, as an alderman of this council, I felt compelled to speak again today to ensure you are all aware of an attempt by a few activists to misrepresent the local community and this council. Most will know me as councillor of 24 years and always a voice for those who cannot speak up. I'm a proud resident of over 81 years of our community, my community. Every one of those 81 years living within 1 mile of Dryden Road. You might say I'm well known in the area and have my finger on the pulse, which I do. It's my community, so what has angered me so much that I decided once again to come here to see you all. I know you all recently received a paper from the Exeter Cycle Campaign with numerous options in relation to the discussions around reopening Dryden Road. This cycling group met in late November and amongst their group of activists developed some options which they sent to you all. Nothing wrong with that, you might say, and I would agree, with the exception of one very key element, and that was their attempt to give the impression, quite incorrectly, that the options had significant local residents and community involvement. Well, when I can say most definitely they did not. Whilst a few of the psychoactives may live locally, the vast majority of the group do not, and there is zero evidence that those outside the group were invited, attended this so-called workshop. It was and is a clear attempt to manipulate Hattock councillors and Devon County Council highway officials. Questions remained: who booked the meeting, which was indeed held in Watford, and that is where the notion of local buy-in ends. I am sure it would have been an Exeter Cycling Campaign activist that booked it to support the illusion. In fact, I know so. It was not advertised locally or even on their own Facebook page before the meeting. Both Devon County councillors and Hattock members whose constituents cover the area concerned have confirmed they were not invited or had any knowledge of the meeting. Despicable behaviour by a few activists that discredits real cyclists. So when Exeter Cycle Campaign posted on the 28th of November and 14th of December after the bogus meeting, and I quote, "Thanks to the local residents who helped us work up 15 options," I asked who were these 15 locals. I prompted real local residents to trip the streets of our area, knocking on doors and seeking the views of real locals over the Christmas period, and can tell you not one, zero, none of the local residents was contacted from Bovymores Lane, Watford Street, St Louis, Wyvern Park, Church Street, Butts Road, Carlisle Road, Kingsway and Meadowway, said they had not been aware of this meeting. It is disappointing that these few activists were trying to manipulate councillors and Devon County Highways officers but unforgivable, they tried to use the good names of local residents who suffer the hidden consequences of this road closure to do so. Trying to pull the wool over the eyes of councillors in such a way is not how we are going to solve this issue.
You're now well
This
into
is not
extra.
an attack on,
Councillor, you're now well, Alderman, you're now well into extra time. You're on 3.5 minutes at the moment. So
this
the
is not an
floor-
attack on many hundreds of cyclists who cycle to work, school, for leisure on the safe lanes across Exeter that I was involved working with Richard Oldfield and Schultz, most of whom will share what we have maintained from the start of this campaign, that there is room for all, and we maintain the preservation of a safer E9 cycleway needs to be part of a solution, but not at the expense of other cyclists from other directions accessing their place of work being put at risk. But it does show the lengths that a very few activists who have very fixed, seemingly entrenched views will prepare to go against the wishes of the vast majority of the local people and road users, and remind them of Wyvern Barrack's 7 schools. We have a wonderful hospital employing well over 8,000 dedicated staff members, saving hundreds of lives each year. Devon County Council headquarters, all great work coming into Exeter from across Devon, and need to have a perfect public transport system before their wish list can be catered for. Wanted to ensure.
We're now at 4.5 minutes.
Right. I will actually finish now.
Thank you.
And I just hope that there's a fair consultation this time and people are heard.
For contribution, as always. Terry Crocker, next, please. And if we can have 3 minutes without Fergie time, that would be most helpful.
I hope so. Thank you, Chair. I'm a resident in the Bovermoors Lane area, and I thought I'd actually go through the consultation and just check on the businesses and who was receiving the full consultation. I've tried listing it in the order in which it appeared in Appendix 1 to the meeting. My query is, why aren't extra community transport X-access included, as they're used by residents in the Wamford area? Community and business. Why is the new jumbo takeaway at 34 Wamford Street excluded from the consultation when Choi's Fish and Chip Shop is included? I've got copies for highways, by the way, of this. Why is the Wamford Garage at 78 Wamford Street excluded from the consultation? Why is Sal's Cafe at 91 Wamford Street excluded? Why are Nanny Bears on Hope Road, Ludlow Valley Preschool by Liddles, the Chestnut Nursery School and the RDUH First Steps Nursery excluded? Why is Morrison's Daily on Hooker Road excluded? Why is the exclusive barbershop at 5 Church Street excluded? Why is the Devon Chamber of Commerce included when they're more county focused than for a small local area? It is believed that Exeter City Futures may have rebranded about 3 years ago. Why is Exeter University included in the consultation? But surely all businesses along Bovermoors Lane, Burns House Lane, been included in the consultation. Finally, on the community and business side, why is it on the business front that a large employer being excluded from this consultation, but was definitely included in the first one? That employer is Wyvern Barracks, which has a large number of employees who travel in and out of there on a daily basis. Many of those I know used to use Dryden Road, but now have to make detours. Residents. Will residents on Steepley Rise by Wamford Street be contacted in the consultation? There's no mention of it in Appendix 2 or in red on the map. Will residents on Church Path Lane be contacted in the consultation? It is shown on Appendix 2, but not in red on the map. Will residents in St Lloyd's Court by Wamford Street be included in the consultation? not specifically mentioned in Appendix 2? Will residents in Dean Court on the junction of Wanford Street and Butch Road be included in the consultation? Again, not specifically mentioned in Appendix 2. I'll now go on to just 3 queries. Paragraph 4.3 states, returning Dryden Road to its former configuration is not considered appropriate, as
Terry,
doing so would
Terry, can I
eliminate
point out,
essential safety measures.
You're at 3.5 minutes, so if you could draw it
I will,
to a conclusion,
I
it'd be
promise.
helpful. Thank you.
For pedestrians and cyclists. I'm unsure what safety measures have been implemented for pedestrians since the original closure for COVID, social distancing reasons, as it had 2 wide pavements before then. In the report, para 4.4, line 7, what does a zebra crossing or pedestrian island on Bovymoors Lane mean? Should that be for a crossing on the higher side of the roundabout on Dryden Road and Bovymoors Lane Junction? And finally, pedestrian crossings. Why isn't there a proposed crossing from the Sherwood Close area into the RDUH via Church Lane? More pedestrians and cyclists cross Church Lane than those using the steps near Carlisle Road. Pedestrians and cyclist statistics for that junction were shown in our September 25 report. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. That's for highways.
Sorry, Perry, and because you've made a tremendous amount of specific items that need consideration, is it possible that you can forward that email or the details of that either onto myself or the officers so they can take it into
By all
consideration?
means, by all
We
means.
don't want to miss that valuable work
Do you
you've
want
done.
a couple of copies now? More than welcome.
Hand them a copy
Yeah.
now, yes. But if it can come in email version, that would be helpful
Certainly,
as well.
I'll do that. That can be given to the chair.
And thank you for all your
Okay.
hard work as before. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
We now have Sue Westall to speak to us for 3 minutes.
Roughly. Thank you, Chair. Many of you will know me as a local campaigner supporting the reopening of Dryden Road. I work as a taxi driver, and many of my fares are elderly or vulnerable customers travelling to many of the hospital sites impacted by the closure of Dryden Road. I want to leave you today with the voices of local residents and their very personal reasons of how it affects them. Like Lisa, who contacted us at 3 in the morning with a very heartfelt and moving post, and I quote, "Hi, you don't know me at all, but I'm following closely your points regarding the Dryden Road closure. All of the points you make are so very valid, and this road should be reopened as soon as possible. My husband is an inpatient of the hospice at the moment, and I have 2 options to get to the hospice from where I live when the call comes. One is along the congested Topsham Road and Barrett Road. At peak times, the most likely quickest option would be Burnthouse Lane and straight up Dryden Road, an option that is not currently available to me. This has the potential to rob me of many extra minutes travelling here to miss being with my husband at the most important time of his life. This road must be opened without delay for all." Sadly, Lisa lost her husband a few days after sending this. And like Susan says, I was sat on the H bus. We were trying to get out from the hospital and Bovymoors Lane was gridlocked. We were there for over 5 minutes, delaying the bus. I have never seen any cyclists cycling along Dryden Road. It is such a wide road. The council could easily widen the pavement and convert it to a pedestrian and cycle lane. Kirsty says, "I've walked through there with my dog and it's quite eerie and isolated. I wouldn't walk there without her." That may sound pathetic, but with things as they are, it is often on people's minds. And if someone unsavoury came at you, there are no paths or roads to escape down, and it's on a bend, so quite sheltered. And Mandy says, "It's quite dangerous to cross at the crossroads at the bottom of the A&E entrance to get to work some mornings. Buses, cars, ambulances and bikes coming from all directions, and no safe place for pedestrians to cross." And this anonymous post, "I actually cycle less since they closed the road. I used to cycle up Bovymall's Lane, but sitting in traffic, stopping and starting, breathing in fumes is not for me. Also, with the increased traffic and the narrowness of the road, has meant my parked car has had its wing mirrors clipped numerous times. Not once in the 13 years prior had that happen. Coincidence? And Lauren says, since the closure of Dryden Road, ambulances and emergency vehicles are now being diverted down smaller residential streets, in particular Kingsway, which was never designed to handle that kind of traffic. This has created a major safety risk for the children and others in neighbourhood. I've seen ambulances speeding past while I'm trying to get my children in and out of the car, and it's only a matter of time before something terrible happens. This decision feels poorly planned, with no thought given to the families and children who live here. I urge the council to reassess this closure immediately. Councillors, amongst your considerations this morning, discussing options, costs and consultations, I implore you to also think about the lives your decision affects. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. That concludes the public speakers. Oh, sorry. Angela Martin, beg your pardon.
I bring good news to my fellow speakers. I'll take my glasses off so I can see. Because despite what Devon Live is trying to do, stir up trouble with aggressive headlines like yesterday's Exeter traffic war ignites, this attitude, ladies and gentlemen, belonged to the era of the previous Danny Barnes-led HATOC. We're in a new era where every single one of the Devon County HATOC members for Exeter are united in a non-factional, non-fractional attitude to what we have to say, because everyone is pledged to serve in the interests of all residents, regardless of political persuasion. Some have added wonderful things to this pledge, ensuring everyone has a real voice in the decisions that affect their lives, wanting the main stakeholders, the residents, come first, believing in common sense policies, local accountability, and standing up for people. And the people of Exeter want councils that truly represent them. We have here today, councillor, whose only interest is to work in mature cooperation with us to solve the county's and the city's problems. Conversations like the one we're having today will calm and cooperative, not confrontational. We want the councils to call upon us, the local experts, to help us help find the solutions when problems first arise, because it's ridiculous that in the past we were consulted only as an afterthought so that a procedural box could be ticked. So today, because we're all adults in one accord, we can put the dreadful mistakes of previous HATOCs behind us and going forward do sensible things that will make life better and healthier for all Exeter residents. And we all acknowledge that the problem is there is too much traffic for our roads. We, the residents who are the expert stakeholders, have deep knowledge and daily experience of the issues and are brimful with sensible views of the situation that we are hearing about now. So, open Dryden Road forthwith with two-way traffic, clean pavements for pedestrians, a cycle lane on the road going up the hill. If simple paint is not enough to mark the cycle lane, which I think as a cyclist of many decades is quite safe, please do not, if you have to go the expensive way, do not put the pads that we see on Sweetbriar Lane there, because they are of potential fatally dangerous to motorcyclists who don't seem to get a mention much. And while we're at it, let's continue with the common sense and close forthwith the closed roads of Womford Road, Bonington Road, Charge Road, and all the other streets that were closed so that a minority group during COVID, which is now several years ago, could social distance while cycling. You couldn't make it up. But if we do open up these roads, miraculously, traffic flow and pollution will be reduced. So thank you for listening. And if there's anything else we can do to help the council in their ponderings, we will be glad to do so. Oh, yes, Barnfield Road. That one is a real doozy. Designed for maximum chaos. Why on earth do they, again, want to waste money trying to fix a problem that, something that isn't a problem and isn't broken? So, councillors, you have nothing to lose by opening Dryden Road and the other important through roads.
Angela, you're over
apart from the goodwill of the majority.
You're over 4 minutes now.
And you have so much kudos to gain. I thank you for listening and for your time.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Hill.
Chair, I wonder, as the Exeter cycling campaign representatives are in the room and several allegations have been made against them, particularly with the consultation, whether we are going to give them a right to reply to explain some of the things that have been said.
I think lots of things will be said through this meeting that might be correct or incorrect, and people have different views upon. They've expressed their views. Exeter Cycling have their position to make a point. They have not asked to speak on this item, and I don't think, you make your judgment on what has been said, and it's worth in the debate that's going to take place. I don't think there's a need. We're not a judicial process.
No, that's fine. I understand that. But when something is said about somebody and the person is actually in the room, I do believe that they should at least have the opportunity to explain some of the things that have been said about them.
Look, I'd like to move on. And thank all those people who have contributed with their statements at the beginning of this debate. I think it is helpful, before we get the officer to present their report, and then I'll call on the two division members who are impacted by this to speak first of all on the issue, and then we'll open it up to other members. We need to remember where we are and why we're here. Right? We are here because we had a petition from residents concerned about the regulation that was in force at this time. They raised serious concerns about it, which we listened to. And we as a committee at our last meeting in October determined that further options be put to the public in the form of a consultation, and that consultation be as full and open as possible so we can gather the maximum range of evidence from the widest number of people. And that based upon that report, the officers would come back with a recommendation based upon the options with costings to this committee at a future date, when we can either accept or reject the officer's conclusion based on our understanding of the evidence that we have seen at that time. That is the process. In regard to those who state or wish to move towards a single option process, I will point out that one of the problems that people were complaining about was that they only had a single option at the beginning in the start of this whole process. We're offering the ability. Now, if people come to a situation where they all codify around one choice, that makes the committee's decision somewhat easier than where you've got a range of opinions. Also, we've got the situation about the public consultation. The argument last time was there was limited or little public consultation. People weren't listened to. And we're trying, as a new authority and new members of this committee, to ensure your voice is heard. And that can only be done through a consultation. And that we want the fullest possible consultation to take place. Also, within law, we have to carry out, we cannot go down with hammer drills this afternoon and dig up the bollards. We'd be up before a judicial review ourselves. There is a legal process we have to follow, and that involves a public consultation. We would all like this to move on as soon as possible. And we're trying to expedite this as quickly as possible so that we can hear the community, gather the evidence, and come to a just decision that assists everybody who lives and works in that community and uses those roads. So that's just my opening statement of where I believe we are. I now call upon the officer to present their report.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Yes, so I'll be providing everybody here with an update on the work done today on Dryden Road. So in October last year, as you've just mentioned, this resolution was agreed. It was to consult on a solution that addresses local traffic concerns while retaining safe walking and cycling on Dryden Road and the surrounding area. And that's what we've been working on since. I won't go into much detail in this presentation because that you'll have received shows the options that we're putting forward, the details on the consultation methodology as well, and everything that you need to know for today's discussion. So recommendation A of the report asks the committee to approve the options taken forward to consultation. These options range from keeping things as they are today through to introducing traffic in different ways. Option 1 proposes an authorized vehicle system allowing access only for emergency services or taxis or other approved users, which would be managed by cameras similar to the arrangement on Wanford Road. There are currently no bus services on Dryden Road, but early discussions with bus operators suggest that there may be potential to reroute some of the existing services along along Boffin-Moors Lane that currently along Dryden Road that currently use Boffin-Moors Lane. Option 2 proposes a one-way system. So for consultation, the one-way option we are presenting, or we will be presenting in the consultation, is westbound, meaning that vehicles could travel from the Wanford area towards Barrack Road with contra-flow cycling facilities, allowing cyclists to travel in both directions. Option 3 proposes a two-way traffic layout with light segregated cycle lanes. These could use modular curbs or similar, placed at intervals to create the separation needed between cyclists and traffic. The designs are currently being refined and are currently undergoing some further road safety audits, and cost estimates will also be provided once they are ready when the consultation is live. So we've also developed a number of crossing options for Boffin-Moors Lane, and the approximate locations of these are shown on the map. During consultation, we'll be providing more detail and asking for views on each of these crossings and which options to progress. That will depend not only on the public feedback, but also on the final solution agreed for Dryden Road. So recommendation B is asking members to approve the consultation scope and methodology. The full detail is set out in section 5, 6, 7 and 8 of the report. So again, I'm not going through the detail here. The key point is that the consultation is designed so that residents and stakeholders can give informed and meaningful feedback once the full material is available. That means the designs, the supporting information, the pros and cons, and the chance to ask questions either at the webinar or at the engagement events. Early engagement has already been held with local members, public service stakeholders such as the hospital, Wanford Trust and bus companies to help refine and validate the design options before progressing these. In February, a series of online briefings will be held to key stakeholder groups to inform them of the consultation and ask them to disseminate information to key contacts within their groups. A full list of stakeholders, as already talked about, has been found in Appendix 1 of the report, and of course we can make amendments and additions to that if needed. The consultation will then be formally launched and live for 5 weeks between the 2nd of March and the 5th of April, after which results will be analysed and a report will be taken back to the July 2026 HATOC. So taking into consideration the detail in the report, the committee is asked to approve the options to be considered for consultation as set out in section 4 of the report, to approve the scope and methodology set out for public consultation to be held on options for the Dryden Road and Boffin-Moors Lane area, and to give delegated authority to the Director of Climate Change, Environment and Transport in consultation with the Chair of HATOC and relevant local members to make minor amendments to the consultation details. Thank you.
Chair, can I have
Yeah,
Point of
Councillor Buck.
order, just to say before we go in, I've listened to it all. From what I understand is, I would like to hear some guidance from the monitoring officer and yourself over our contributions about predetermination. So I'm concerned this is a very emotive subject, that we all start commenting and we are actually predetermining something. We need to be careful that we don't before the consultation comes back. And whether or not, if people make a contribution here, which could be seen as predetermining their decision, would that debar us from the next meeting? Well, I think you have plans to debar us anyway, Chair. Thank you, Ian. But whether or not those councillors could be subject to, well, you have actually predetermined your position before we get all the evidence. I'd just like to hear it before we get into an emotional sort of discussion over this matter.
I'll ask the monitoring officer to provide guidance.
Okay, done. Thank you. Very good point. And I know that on this matter, it has been raised a number of times, and I've already provided guidance to members of the committee, I think at least a couple of times. So you are perfectly entitled to express your interim views as long as you remain open-minded. And what I would say is that as long as you're not predetermined and you say, this is the interim position, this is what the evidence is indicating so far, but you preface that with, my mind still remains open to reviewing all of the evidence, then you're not predetermined. So you can certainly listen to the evidence, you can say your interim views, or you can say what residents have been telling you at the moment, as long as you remain open-minded when the final decision comes. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I first of all ask whether there's any points of clarification on the officer's report before I call on Councillor Nash to contribute? I have Councillor Wettenhall, please, first, and then
Thank you. It's a quick one about the list of stakeholders. It's a correction, really. Poor old Councillor Ketchin isn't mentioned as a member of this committee on page 10. And Councillor Morse, who resigned some time ago, is shown as a member of this committee. So that would be good to get that corrected. Also, Exeter City Futures is listed as a consultee under Community and Business on page 9, and they don't really exist anymore. Sorry. Yep. How's that? Is that better? Exeter City Futures on page 9 is listed as a consultee, but they don't really exist anymore. And I have a question about accessible streets. I just wonder who they are. I've never heard of them and I can't find them on Google. So it would be good to know who they are. Thank you.
can I leave the officer to respond, unless you might call on that one? Yeah, all right, yes. We don't normally have public interjections in the same way that I didn't allow all right. You've answered it, thank you, but I don't want to have a to and fro with the audience.
I didn't hear that, so
No,
I'd like the officer response. Thank you.
All right. Yes. Do you want does the officer want to respond at this time, or take them in groups of 3, or?
Yes, thank you, I can do. So we have already heard from Mr. Crocker earlier about some of the suggestions that he would like to make, which we've got a paper copy of. So that's very helpful. We can make amendments. The whole reason to take this to committee today is to share with you the proposal and any changes you wish to make to that. So we can take that on board. Councillor Ketchin is on the list of councillors in the appendix 1. So you are not excluded from the consultation. But also I have to say that the stakeholder engagement and the postcard drop is merely one means of communicating this information. There are many more ways that we are proposing to communicate this information. There's an online campaign. It will be in the press. There will be posters on buses and so on. And by either receiving a postcard or not receiving a postcard, that doesn't mean that people are excluded or not that is just one means of communication. We've set the boundary to 200 meters, which is more than what we normally do. And that is a starting point. But obviously there are other means that people will hear about this in terms of the consultation. So all the information will be available online, and anyone wishing to receive paper copies can request to do so, or in alternative formats. So it is by no means sort of a restricted list. Thank you. We'll take these comments and on board, and we'll make amendments as and when needed.
Councillor Wetton,
Could you clarify who accessible streets are, please, and why they're on the list? Thank you.
Yeah, accessible streets, they are a community group. They have established themselves in the last year or so, and we've met with them a couple of times on various schemes to hear their views. There are also other community groups who have representatives that represent people with disabilities, so we try and engage with as many as possible, along with our key sort of national stakeholders.
The thing to emphasise is in no way are we trying to exclude anyone from participating in a public consultation. It is public. Any group, any individual with any concerns or interest in this particular area can forward their views across, and they will be taken into account and be presented in the evidence pack at the end of the day, available to the public and us as members to look at and draw our own conclusions and views. Right. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Chair. It's my question is about some fine detail within the options. I think we're all hearing that there is a consultation on the options which are on the table. I'm hearing there's a perceived leaning towards some of the options further down the list, but option 1 talks about bus gates, and the categories of authorised vehicles would be defined and confirmed at the TRO stage. Now, I was actually at this HATOC when the Heathertree scheme was going through. I just joined. And I remember at that meeting raising taxis should be allowed through that bus gate. At the time, there were 3 people at the table that were very firmly in agreement with that. The scheme went online without that allocation allowance. Later, it was added, and it should have been in from the start. So if we are talking about putting an option on the table that is to be consulted on, that will lead to a firm decision, I think it should be an informed option. And we've heard about taxi drivers using the scheme or wanting to use that road. So knowing that a plated taxi, which can be identified using cameras, plated taxis able to use the bus gates, I think is very important, and could be included at this stage of the consultation. So slightly uncomfortable that the fine detail, and the devil's always in the detail, is missed out at consultation stage. So it's just slightly nervous about that, because I know there was a strong backing for it in Heathertree, and it didn't land until well into the scheme when the error was corrected. So yeah, you get my drift.
Can you give us a response on taxis, please?
Yeah, I can respond. Thank you. So the authorised bus gate, authorised vehicle gate could permit taxis. It is at the traffic regulation order stage that would be formally agreed. But again, that's another reason why we're doing this consultation, to hear from all the stakeholders who will be consulted with, who want to have a say about this. So yes, they can be included.
The other thing to bear in mind is, whilst we might be considering 4 options, they're not 4 100% perfect options. The public might have other views on things they'd like to add or detract from each of those options, and thus a view of having the options and going for a public consultation. So issues like you raise on taxis, etc., will be issues that hopefully the public pick up. They will be added and we will consider at committee. Councillor Reid.
Thanks, Chair. Questions for the officers. Can I do one by one, or do you want me to reel them off?
God.
4.
Well, I think we can. Can you cope with 4 at one time? Yes, they've got 2 pens. All right.
Okay. So the first one, in paragraph 4.4, when talking about crossing options, it says it just says on Bobby Moore's Lane. It doesn't clarify where exactly, but from the map you were showing just now, And from previous conversations, it's at the mini roundabout with Dryden Road. So I think that could just be corrected. Also in paragraph 4.4, talking about the pedestrian crossings, it says the chosen solution for Dryden Road will impact on traffic volumes on Bothermoors Lane. And so my question is, will modelling be done to estimate the impacts of the different options and how each one will be different? And will that information be presented to consultees so they can be well informed when they're picking their preferred option? Third is on paragraph 4.5 talks about consideration given to cost and deliverability. So it sort of implies that they are all feasible and deliverable, but will some or all of the options have an affordability risk if they're reliant on large grant applications? So if we could have a comment on affordability. So feedback via online surveys on paragraph 7.3. I think we have spoken about this before, but if you could just clarify that addresses or postcodes will be provided. People will provide their postcode when they do this. We've heard comments about making sure people are local and they are actually impacted by this scheme. So I think the council has had consultations in the past signed by people all over the country, in Scotland, etc., who just get involved with the campaign group one way or the other. So we want to make sure people contributing are locals. So if we could just confirm that. Yeah, I think that's my fault.
Thank you. The officers would like to respond.
Thank you. Yeah, I can answer your questions. So the answer to the first question is yes, that can be amended. Your comment about the pedestrian crossings and the locations of them and how they are worded. The second point you made about the modelling of pedestrian crossings, yes, that can be done, and that's something that we will look into. Cost and affordability, indicative costs will be provided, and it is obviously down to the full picture once we have a better idea of what all of the options are or which option it is that we would, be recommending. At that point we can then look at whether it would be affordable or when we could deliver it, if we had to apply for additional funding. And your last question, you're asking about people, elsewhere in the country and how we're looking at that. We are asking for people's postcodes, the first 4 digits of people's postcodes, so we can find out where more or less these people are responding from, and that would give us a better idea as to what where these people are responding from. Yeah, hopefully that answers your questions. Thanks.
I haven't seen any further. Councillor Stevens.
There's one question into it, but it's my observation first. And you might have to stop me, Chair. And I am neutral, by the way. So it's 4 options. I don't understand for such a short road how it's taken so long, how much money we're wasting, resources. I know a lot of people in the audience there. I know a lot of you guys. This needs to be sorted out sooner. I know you state the law, right? But the law interpreted other ways. If the TRO is publicised and put onto lampposts, they have 21 days to complain. Now, whatever option you decide, the questions I ask, the question is, how many consultations do you do a year? And the reason I ask that question, why you engaging an expert has been commissioned. We are already broke. The county is broke. We're trying to save money. It's common sense. Without giving a conclusion, one option, all right, we can all sit in this room and read which option is the most option we should go for, because it pleases everybody. And Councillor Bialik said, this city is for everybody. As soon as you stop a road, you're cutting drivers out. That's just a comment I just would like to make.
Officers could
I'm happy
respond.
to answer that. Yeah, I mean, I guess we do lots of consultations a year, and I guess the reason we're going to this extent is because this committee has asked us to be fully comprehensive and doing what's been asked to take this decision on this scheme. That's the simple response. We've done consultations. We've debated it at length at previous meetings on numerous schemes. And we're here today now going to this level of detail because in the past there's been you know, we've had representations from the public saying it's not good enough. We need better. We need to do more, and so we're just acting on the actions that this committee's decided.
Yeah, thank you for that. But all I say is let's use common sense and try and save money, which we haven't got.
Can you just clarify on this point that Councillor Stevens raised, this impression that somehow we've got the powers immediately to take things away and things can change almost overnight? Can we just clarify time? I'm not saying raising the issue, but you know, whatever is decided, we've got our situation now. But if the option had been to remove, what sort of timescale and impact and consultation would have had to take place?
So essentially, Chair, obviously, as the report attends to, obviously, there is a legal process we need to go through to remove the restriction in the same way there was a legal process to introduce the restriction. So obviously, there's a traffic regulation process, statutory consultation, 21 days. And then obviously we need to consider the submissions throughout that consultation and make a determination. Obviously, at the traffic regulation order stage, we have to be focused on what that proposal is. We have very limited options to vary that proposal at that traffic regulation order stage. So obviously what we're trying to do at this point is saying, once to do a proper consultation in advance of that to look at the options. And as you stated yourself, Chair, obviously we put 4 options in the report. That's not to say those are the 4 options that might be on the cards at the consultation stage, depending how the debate goes today. It might also be that the final determination is a different option entirely again. Obviously, we're keeping our minds open. We want to do that, but at the traffic regulation of the legal stage, which is the final part of this, assuming it gets that far, then obviously we've got to be focused on what our proposal is, and that will be the consultation at the legal stage for that final decision.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Wright, sorry, I failed to call you a little earlier.
That's okay, Chair. Thank you. Yeah, I've just got 3 questions, if that's okay, but they're quick ones. With the consultations that you're doing with the listed stakeholder groups that you've got down there, are you taking a collective response from each group, or is it just sort of information giving and then encouraging people individually within that group to make a representation through the consultation? Because it'd be interesting for us to know how each group has responded, but I can't find that mentioned in the methodology. Secondly, the drop-in sessions at the RD&E hospital, great idea. Yes, fully approve that. But could I suggest the timings for that would allow people to go when their shift finishes or before their shift starts, rather than do, if they're on a 12-hour shift, to then come in for an hour for a consultation? Could some collaboration be done with the hospital on when would be the best time and how long a time to have for that, to make sure we get maximum engagement? And thirdly, the equality impact assessment has been mentioned for that there will be one on the results of the consultation, but I can't see one that's been done on the methodology and the scope of the consultation itself. And I'm a bit surprised at that, because we do keep asking for equality impact assessments. Thank you.
Thank you. The officers like to respond.
Yeah, thank you. So the first question was about the stakeholder groups and the expectation of these stakeholder groups. So the stakeholder groups are set in place so that we can share the information about the consultation, and then we ask the stakeholder groups to disseminate the information to their local groups. Yeah, so this is regarding the 4 online briefings. So the list of stakeholders that you can see in the appendix will be split up into 4 groups, and there'll be 4 of these sessions. At that point, the stakeholders can ask us questions, which we will try to answer, but then it's for the stakeholders after that session to provide us with the feedback in whichever format they wish. So that's how we will take on board the stakeholder feedback, but the sessions will be interesting in terms of the Q&A, of course. And yeah, so that's kind of like part of the pre-launch, the consultation launch, before the consultation starts. The drop-in sessions that you asked about at the RD&E, they're intended for RD&E staff. And we are liaising with the hospital as to the best timings of this engagement. It will also form part of a broader I'm sure the hospital will share additional information out to internal staff as well at that same time. So, you know, it will be a sort of a collaboration with the hospital. And your last question about the impact assessments, that will be published with the consultation material so people can view that at that stage.
Supplementary?
Thank you. Thank you for your answers on that. But that has confirmed that there hasn't been any quality impact assessment done on the methodology and the scope of the actual consultation then, which was the point I was raising.
I mean, we're before we've even considered the options, that the whole point of doing the consultation is to get feedback from a range of people with protected characteristics, so that can then help inform, you know, the decision-making process. So that is all part of that process.
Councillor Wright,
Can I have a supplementary, please?
If there's a further point of clarification.
Yes, it is, because yes, I totally understand that, but I just think it would be useful to have. So you're saying that, you know, that you've done your own impact equalities assessment in deciding who to include in the scope. It'd just be really useful to have that in an actual document so that people realise the thought that has gone into why you've included these groups and the scope and the reach, to actually do it as an impact assessment to go with this report. That's what I mean, so that we can see, yes, this is covering all the areas we think it should cover.
I mean, I think this report sets out exactly which groups we are looking to engage with to make sure that we're taking on board the considerations of a wide range of group, whether it's people with disabilities, young people, and various, sorry, and seldom heard groups. So I think this report is part of that process of if we can get this methodology agreed today, then that's an important stepping stone for ongoing consultation.
I definitely don't want to hold anything up by not by stopping anything, saying we need this as a separate document. But thank you. Sorry, Chair.
That was a very valid point. Councillor Tony Stevens.
Thank you, Chair. Like everyone else, I'm quite neutral on this. All the county councils nearly were never here when the first consultation took place about the closing of Dryden Road. Is it possible to see the timescale of when the consultation took place to the closing, and also how they got to their results? I think you said there was a consultation taken.
I mean, all of those details are set out in the previous HATOC reports. We had obviously 9th of October 25 and 17th of January 2022.
Go back on that. The other question is quite simply, it says on 7.4, you're going to involve all the local schools, interact with them to get their opinions. Is that going to sort of sway a bit on the consultation, or is it like for them a school project?
We've approached the primary and secondary schools, as you can see in paragraph 7.4. And for the secondary schools and the primary schools, we're proposing to hold a bespoke session suitable for each of the age groups. It will literally be, you know, an engagement with the children, talking about, you know, transport and talking about the consultation, and that will then be followed up with further information that will hopefully reach parents, so that we encourage parents through the children to partake in the consultation.
Can I just add to that? I think, you know, fulfilling the public sector equality duty, young people or young persons is part of, is one of the protected characteristics. So I think, or age is a protected characteristic. So I think taking the views of young people is an absolutely fundamental part of this consultation process, which is why we're engaging with schools.
Especially in relation to the lowering of voting age whenever we do have elections again.
Very quick question. Do you do that? Stevens. Do you do that to all consultations? Go and see all the schools, because you know you've put a precedence there. So I just don't see why that precedence there. I know why it got put in by Julie. So if you do it with one, you have to do it with everyone, surely.
Well, we do generally engage with schools. Whether schools necessarily respond to these consultations, that, you know, that's their choice. But you know, it's something that's clear and centre in our strategic plan about positive impacts for young people. So it's something that we need to be doing in consultations as good practice.
Okay, without a table tennis match, is this the first time you've gone to schools? Right, okay, thank you very much.
The twin actor there, was it? I was getting confused. I was speaking to one Steve and another. Councillor Hill.
Hello, Chair. Some of the public speakers have mentioned about the number of cars travelling through the hospital site in order to take a shortcut, and it was quoted at 65 in 1 hour. I was just wondering, firstly, if the consultation is going to confirm the numbers of cars that are going through the site. And this is also pertinent to option number 2, the one-way arrangement going westbound on Dryden Road. So if it's found that cars are cutting through the hospital in a certain direction, would it not be better to reword option 2 so that based on the consultation, the direction of the flow of traffic is decided, rather than saying we're going to do it westbound or eastbound? I think it would be better to, on the consultation, actually say based on the consultation, the direction of traffic is going to be decided, rather than to put that in the report and say it will be this way regardless of the consultation. And I've got another question, but I'll let you answer that first.
Respond to that one, possible, please?
Okay, I can respond to your first 2 questions, no problem. So no, we are not planning to do any assessments of traffic going through the hospital site. The second question you asked about the one-way arrangement. So we're consulting on the westbound arrangement. What we were keen to do is not to have too many options, you know, for people to go through. If people look at the westbound arrangement and wish to provide feedback and say, no, actually we prefer eastbound, then that would be an opportunity for them to say that. So it's not completely off the cards. Eastbound, westbound, there's still options there to consider, but we decided to consult on one of them, not both of them, to limit the number of options available. Did you have an additional question?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, I do. So the other question that I've got is related to option 0. When I was counting cyclists myself on Dryden Road, I actually came across an ambulance crew that went to the wrong end of this this road closure and had to drive all the way around to get to their casualty. They said that if the casualty was having a cardiac arrest, they wouldn't have been able to have got to them in time to prevent them from dying. So my question about option 0 is, would it be possible to retain option 0, but make it so that there is possibly a removable barrier for emergency services, or even wide enough, a gap wide enough for emergency services to get through, to prevent that situation from happening in future? Because as it stands, having seen what I have seen, it might be a predetermination, but I couldn't vote on something that puts lives at risk, and that situation would put lives at risk if it was allowed to continue in its current form.
Thank you. And thank you. Yeah, I can respond. So thank you for sort of your observation. That's interesting to hear. We are regularly liaising with the ambulance services. So any issues like that, if they were of concern, they would have reported it to us. The bollard is removable by ambulance services. There is a bollard that is removable by ambulance services, and we have, notified the ambulance services of that. So.
Okay. So the
option 1 actually is worth highlighting. Thank you. Is offering just that. It is a so option 0 is keep it in as is. So if people don't agree with that, then they but wish ambulances to go through, then really option 1 would be the solution, because that allows authorized vehicles, ambulances, taxis, buses, and so on to go through Dryden Road. So that would be, if that was the preferred option, then that would be what people would go for.
I think there is a danger that we're drifting into points we might wish to make in debate rather than points of clarification on the officer's report. So could you, there was a further question you had, Councillor Hill?
I do understand that option 1 would give that option, but I was just saying that option 0, So the ambulance crew that I saw couldn't get through when they needed to get through in an emergency with their, it was a blue light emergency. They couldn't get through. So, and I didn't see any bollards that were removable actually. I'm aware that option 1 is very similar to what I'm suggesting, but option 0 is the one that I've got an issue with. It's something that I wouldn't be able to vote on purely for safety reasons. And then option 3 is the other one. Before the road was closed, there was a cycle lane going up the hill and cycles travelled down the hill with the flow of traffic. Now, I would like to see, and I've consulted with the cyclists.
Sorry, you are debating the options. We have
Yeah.
not got a recommendation on the table to debate the options at the moment. I think all these points you will make in debate later. I'm just trying to get clarity of question on what the officer said.
I'm asking if we could change the wording, possibly from option 3, from the cycle lane going up the hill and with flow coming down the hill.
That's thank you.
I think your point is, Councillor Mitchell, is that level of detail will be provided, the pros and cons, the description of these options. This is just a list of 4 options that we will be consulting on. Additional information will be provided at consultation stage. If we go too much into the detail right now, we're inadvertently launching the consultation, and we're not ready to do that because the information is not yet available on in the public domain. So we will be presenting that information online, and we can make that clearer in the information provided that would not be possible to do that if that was not possible for option 3. How about that?
This is a danger. These are not fully developed working plans and documents with every part of granular detail. We're talking of the principle of we're going to consultation. These are the broad 4 areas that have been identified. Are you happy with those? We then move forward. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Chair. 2 questions for the officers. Firstly, thank you to Jamie for raising the importance of engaging with young people. Obviously, Councillor Brazil at the last HATOC came and raised that very point. And as members of this council have been involved in member development days where that was set as one of the key priorities of this council. So it is extremely good to see that as part of this consultation process, young people will be listened to. But I want to know, how will the consultation ensure the voices of young people are directly included in any report? Because it's all well and good going into schools and having engagement sessions with young people, but that information may not be disseminated then to their parents. So I think it's extremely important that that information would be directly included in a future report. And secondly, you've touched on it briefly already, but how will the pros and cons of each option, including costs and perhaps an impact matrix, be presented in the consultation? Because I think it's extremely important that the public have all the information available to them in an easy to understand way so they can make an informed decision. Thank you.
The officer could respond.
Yes, I will. So your question was how the young voices would be represented in the consultation. So once the engagement has been held, a summary will be provided in the final consultation report, similar to all the other stakeholders. So that will be presented at the end of the process. How the pros and cons will be presented, this is with the engagement specialists, so they'll make sure that whatever we present is publicly accessible and easy to understand and clearly laid out. Hopefully that reassures you and answers your question.
Is there a supplementary? No. Councillor Getchin.
I hadn't planned to ask this, but I just thought, following on from Councillor Hill's question, I think what was being trying to be said, and I think this is the appropriate time to ask, is what was the rationale for the westward direction rather than eastward direction? Because I think that's probably not so self-apparent. I think this is the right time to get clarity on that, just to understand the rationale so we can understand why the options are in front of us.
The officer could respond.
Of course, yeah. So at the earlier stages in November and December, we engaged with our stakeholders, including the hospital, who preferred a westbound option over an eastbound option. But in addition to that, the previous consultation in 2022 included the eastbound option. And of course, whilst that was a different committee with different committee members, at that time, that was not the preferred option. So we've decided to go for the westbound option. But as explained earlier, it is still possible to, if people express, strongly that they wish to have the eastbound instead, and that is something that could be considered. But at this stage, we've decided to just present one in the consultation, and then it's down to the feedback which way it will be.
I thank all members for their contributions to the clarification points, not debating points. We now move to the next part of the debate on this, that I formally move the recommendation from the chair to see if there's a seconder. That's the recommendation as stands in the report at the moment. That enables a debate to take place. Doesn't mean that you fully support it, but it enables a debate to take place, because the debate is based on the recommendations as well as the evidence based on the report. I will then call upon Councillor Nash and then Councillor Richardson as the two, no, Councillor, sorry, get it right now. Councillor Eade, as the two divisional members are impacted by this scheme, to talk about all elements of the report, in other words, a general statement. But when we go into debate, presumably we get to that stage, there is a proposer and seconder, I would intend us to debate each of the 3 points separately and vote, if possible, on each of them separately, so that we've got a clear passageway through the recommendation. Councillor Devon.
You can let the local members go first, so we can hear their views. Thanks. Great. Just
Chair, I'd like to propose the recommendation as shown on the screen, but I'll read it for the benefit of the audience at the back. A, approve the options to be considered for consultation as set out in section 4 of the report. B, approve the scope and methodology set out for the public consultation to be held on options for Dryden Road and Bothermore Lane area. 3, give delegated authority to the Director of Climate Change, Environment and Transport, in consultation with the Chair of HATOC and the relevant local members, to make minor amendments to the consultation details. I so move from the chair. Is there a seconder? Yes, several seconders. Vice Chair. Yes.
point of clarity, is there any timescale attached to this?
You did outline a timescale for
the
consultation.
timescales are presented in the report,
yeah.
But the recommendations would, obviously, we would look to have, we would like to ask for those to be approved today, so that we can continue with timescales as presented in the report.
The intention is to come back to our July meeting with a report for us to determine an outcome of this situation. Yes, that's clear. July? Yes. 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 July 26. Let's just get the right.
You can see the slide with the timescales available.
Yeah. Before any future election, just July 26. We have now formally have a recommendation, as in the report, to debate. I now call upon Councillor Nash to speak first of all, and then Councillor Eade to speak secondly, generically about their views on the report from both of them. But when we debate at the next stage, we'll just deal with item A to start with, then B, and then C. Thank you.
You're fondly going to come to know me as the fly in the ointment. So, good afternoon, Chair, fellow councillors, officers, and member of the public. If the road were to be reopened by removal of the TRO, this would require a much shorter timescale for consultation. The only reason for the expense and detail of the current consultation proposed is that this is an active Travel England requirement. Can I just confirm that in 2022, the permanent TRO was implemented due to active travel and is nationally published as the wider E9 Strategic ATE travel scheme? Could I get a response to that question, please?
Did the officer Get the question?
Could you ask your question again?
Again,
I'm not
could you
very
just-
sure I get it. Sorry.
So the permanent TRO, which was implemented in 2022, which was closing Dryden Road, was that due to active travel, and has it been nationally published as the wider E9 strategic ATE travel scheme?
I think the question was around, was the consultation necessary because it was Active Travel England funded? It was consulted in accordance with how we
No,
consult
no,
on
no.
any
I
scheme.
just need a very straight answer. Was it due to active travel that the road was closed?
It was, but yes, it was part of an active travel scheme for the city of Exeter. Yeah.
Right, okay. So I have been doing quite a lot of research into ATE recently, and I've been noticing that there's been a lot of words bandied around about legalities of TROs. In fact, ATE is not a statutory regulator of all highways. It is not a statutory authority over TROs.
Councillor Nash, I'm a little concerned that we've got a recommendation in front of us on a proposal to take things
I'm getting there.
forward.
If you
You
bear
are
with me.
going historically back and,
Oh, no, 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 no.
well,
bear with
effectively
me,
you are. You're going
Chair.
back to 22 and whatever happened then.
No, no, no. I'm talking about ATE in its current form today.
All right, I'll
Okay.
allow you to continue.
So Active Travel England is not today a statutory regulator of all highways. It is not a statutory authority over TROs. It is not a body with legal power to approve or block TROs. Their influence comes from funding control, compliance with LTN, and its statutory consultee role, and its inspectorate function for active travel schemes. But it does not have statutory power to override a council's TRO decision. As the elected member of Wanford and St Loy's, there's been no mention of active travel funding being used to improve the road to date. It does not meet the monitoring. It does not meet the cycle level of service score. There's no junction assessment tool, no ATE route check. Local authorities have not collected data on how schemes are performing, and there has been no monitoring for impacts on walking, cycling, traffic and safety to date. Therefore, I cannot support this consultation in its form. A consultation takes 21 days with no requirement for a formal consultation. And that's as simple as it is. 21 days. And it does not require the cost of a formal consultation. It's not taking money from our residents that we haven't got. And I believe that we need to have the courage to represent our electorates, and we need to be able to say, we want the road opened. We don't need a formal consultation because there is no legal requirement for a formal consultation. Even under ATE, it is not a legal requirement. Thank you.
Full of the officers there, because I think we are talking about TROs. If the officers could respond about how, I think we'd already covered it earlier, but rescinding a TRO and the process to rescind a TRO, which is effectively what you're asking it to happen, which we'd already discussed and already voted down at the last meeting, but let's continue. Would offer any light?
I think I can offer some advice, and possibly sort of colleagues to my right might want to add to it. Obviously, in terms of the consultation process, obviously the previous consultation was carried out in line with the local traffic orders procedures and the Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984. Obviously, the scheme was implemented following COVID, following a decision that it did, or the consideration was that it did improve active travel. That is separate to Active Travel England. But as a committee, we considered the decisions and the consultation process that took place at that time, and the decision from the committee was to proceed and implement the proposed closure of Dryden Road. So obviously, as I said earlier, the statutory consultation we need to do to remove the Dryden Road is the same traffic order consultation, which is 21 days that Councillor Nash has mentioned. Obviously, as I said, at that point, there is a very defined limit as to what we do consult at that stage. Obviously, as we've said within the report, And obviously, as being attended to, there's been different consultations that have happened that have got differing views. I think obviously as a committee, the recommendation is that we want to go out, do a bigger consultation to make it clear, be open, transparent about what that consultation is, to gather, make sure we're happy we've got a transparent consultation that gathers those views from everybody and anybody that might be interested in Dryden Road. And obviously we can then bring that back to committee to make a final determination about how we proceed. I recognise there is strong feeling obviously to reopen Dryden Road. We've also heard differing views and we want to make sure we have a proper open, transparent consultation to consider that.
Mr. Nash, do you want to?
Thank you, Chair. So if it's not active travel England, then a formal consultation is definitely not required. And therefore we can still go by the 21 days, saving Devon County Council a lot of money. If we're looking at £25,000 for a consultation, I'm pretty sure it could be spent much better elsewhere, especially in light of the recent flooding. So I'm still standing by that we can go by the 21-day consultation with no need for a formal consultation at the taxpayer's expense and at officers' valuable time when they're already pushed. Thank you.
Just point out, the committee met in October, discussed this issue, discussed the points you raised, and came to a majority decision. I know you did not support that decision and wanted to move an amendment. You couldn't move the amendment because it was a negation, in my opinion, of the motion that was before us. The motion was carried, therefore you did not propose a further amendment or further wording to take place. The decision is made, those minutes have been approved. The officers are working alongside the decision of this committee. It's not a situation where you come and undo at one meeting what you've done at the next meeting, else no progress will be made. As I say, there is a consultation, the options are there. The option you, I think, might favour is included in that list. I don't know. All right, perhaps there isn't. There's you write number 5 and send it in and get 10,000 signatures, and we'll all listen to it. But that's the situation. If I call on Councillor Eade now, I'll allow you a reply. Yes.
So to be fair, actually, this is a very, very complex the ATE, and I'm learning all the time. Hence why now I've just spent like the last 2-3 months up to my neck in understanding and really pulling out the ATE, which is why I'm now saying this, because I've learnt that actually what we've been doing is we've been led down the wrong path, and that's why I'm commenting today, because it would be on my conscience if we didn't.
Right, could we just get clarification from officers once more? The relationship from the ATE and the TRO, are they interlinked, or are they two entirely separate things that we only need to concern ourselves with the TRO and not the ACT?
ATE is just a funding body that is supporting a lot of the projects we do, no different to Section 106 or other grant funding that we receive. And we're just acting as the local highway authority following the traffic policy process, which is what James has outlined. So I'm slightly confused as to the significance of the ATE in terms of this process. We're just acting in accordance with how we process schemes, consult, traffic regulation order process, and that's, you know, as Councillor Mitchell said, we debated that at length at the last meeting in October, because that was a proposal put forward. Why don't we just go ahead with removing the bollards? That was much of the debate last time. That was not supported, and that's why we're here today, considering just trying to agree what 4 options can we go ahead with, and are you happy with us to proceed with the consultation methodology as we've set out? And that's simply all we're asking for today.
Councillor Eade now, please. The other division member impacted by the scheme.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, I'm supportive of these recommendations. I think the key options are included in there, especially the ones with the idea of reopening Dryden Road. A lot of what we were hearing before is that we do want to keep Dryden Road safe, and that is what the recommendation is. So just reopening it as it is, I'm glad to see that isn't an option. But there is the option to reopen it with a segregated 2-way cycle lane. So that could be an option that keeps everyone happy, but we will see when we go through the consultation. So, and there's a real chance to improve the area. So, and it's not just Dryden Road, it's also Bovenmoors Lane. It's great that's included, and there's some crossing suggestions to improve things there, because we know it's a very heavily used road and that there isn't a safe place to cross at the moment. So whatever happens, it looks like we can improve. There's an option to improve that, which is great. And as has been said, there will be the option for, during the consultation, for people to suggest other options, and there'll be a sort of a box where you can say whatever you want, and if there's a clear consensus for something else, that can absolutely be taken into account, is my understanding. And it's crucial that everybody has a chance to contribute. So lots already have, whether it's the cycling campaign or Facebook groups, and lots of polls and petitions, but it hasn't been done in a formalised way where people have been approached by the council to make sure everybody in the vicinity is engaged, and to make sure those impacted have all the correct information presented to them. We don't actually have all the information yet. We still need the cost assessments. We need some information and modelling and the pros and cons, and then that can all be presented to everybody, and everybody can make an informed decision. So it's crucial we get this right. We haven't, as a council, got it right in the past. I'm really pleased to see that there's we've got a seconded officer who's a consultation specialist working on this, guiding the process to make sure we do it right this time. And so I'm hopeful that the process will be a lot better than it has been in the past. I'm glad to hear that amendments to the consultation list can be made. We've heard some key points, I think, about people who have been excluded. So I know Councillor Nash and I are both very keen that as many people as possible have a say in this and are engaged. And we both were pushing for the consultation area to be as wide as possible. And that's what we've got at the moment. But there's still the opportunity to make it wider if we feel like it's necessary. Yeah, I think that's all my points. So I'm on support with the recommendations. Thanks.
Councillor Wood has already indicated, so he wishes to speak. Can I say that we're now going to move to debate recommendation A, which is that we put out for consultation the 4 options as set out in section 4. So that is what we're asking for contributions about. After everyone has spoken, I will move that to a vote, that we carry that through, or we do not carry that through, and then have to review the situation. Then we'll move on to talk about the format of the consultation, and lastly, the delegated powers to the officers and members to determine minor changes. So that's a 3-stage. And I do promise everybody a break at the end of this particular session. Thank you. So, Councillor Wood. Hey.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, trying to stay in some kind of shape here. Just to provide a little bit of shape to that. I'm conscious that we are here now looking at the recommendations, looking at these options, because we listened as a committee to a petition, and as a committee moved to take it to consultation, moved to listen to those that had signed the petition and looking at change. So that's a positive thing. Whilst it may not be moving at the speed that some might want it to move at, we've listened and we are taking action. I, as a councillor, I'm often frustrated by the timeframes that are attached to different processes, as is everybody. But as we heard at the last HATOC that looked at this, we do want to ensure everybody is heard. And that was something we were told last time, that not everybody's views were taken into account. So I'm just kind of putting that as a framework to it. Now, looking at options, the 4 options, a little bit confusing having 0 to 3, 4 options. I think I was a little bit confused by 4.4 in the report, which talks about the pedestrian crossing options, which are part of what will be consulted. So we've got 4 options up there, but we've also got linkage into the zebra crossings around Bovenmoors. So I'm just wondering how that will be presented as part of the consultation. You know, does it make it 4.1, 4. Whatever? Because those are key issues, and I wouldn't want them to be kind of buried in the picking from your menu of 4 and that being an afterthought. So that was one of my questions about option. I think the other points I've got to make fall into the other elements of the recommendation. Thank you.
Debate, not questions, but I think the officers heard what you said about the pedestrian crossing options, how they're presented within the consultation.
Sorry, Chair. I may have misworded that as a question. What I'm saying in the debate is that I'm uncomfortable that the pedestrian crossings aren't clearly linked to the 1 to 4, which is the recommendation we are currently debating.
Thank you. Councillor Nash, and then
So I know that when we met previously about this, if we are going to waste taxpayers' money on an unnecessary consultation, can I just again just say about ambulance access on Boffin Lane and the south of Church Street, because obviously that's heading towards recess.
No, I'm just being careful that there was a degree of predetermination there. By saying that they don't need a public consultation implies a decision has been made, or you have made a decision and there is no need for a public consultation. You know, I'm not saying you've done that.
I'm referring to
those online could interpret that view that, you know, I've made my mind up. We don't need a public consultation. Let's just get on with what I want to do. So just,
I was
just
saying
take
that
care.
and bearing in mind and reinforcing my previous statement about the unnecessary TROs consultation formally. Just be cautious about ambulance crossing on Church Street, obviously, because if they're on blue lights heading down that way, they're going to be going to recess. And also I'd be very cautious about overlaying Boffin Moors with too many pedestrian crossings due to the ambulance access that's required. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I know that you have directed us just to talk about recommendation A, but the point I'm sort of want to bring up refers to A and C in a way, because it's, I know Councillor Mead just said when the detail is fleshed out more on all of this, it will come back to us, but it won't come back to us as a committee. As we've seen by the timescale, it will come to you as chair and to the division councillors. Perhaps Councillor Mead meant that rather than to us as a committee, but I just wanted to be sort of clear on that. So at the moment, we have to absolutely put our trust and faith, as I'm sure we all will do, in yourself and the division councillors when they have sight of this in full, because we're being asked to approve the options for consultation without having the detail that some of us have been raising now, and we've heard quite understandably that you haven't quite got all of that detail yet, and it will come back. So so for us to be able to vote on A, we've got to understand that we're not going to get all that detail back before the consultation. But also, could I raise something that's been raised a couple of times already, that Devon County Council are considering removing voting rights from city councillors from the Hattock committee. And I know this seems a bit less left field, but if that timing does come in halfway through this, it means making that decision, which would be based on a consultation, which we as a committee made the decision to ask for. The actual decision making now is going to be very different at the end of this whole process. And I don't know if you've got any insight you can give as to if this is actually going to happen or if it's just rumour.
If I just put perspective, and Maria can adjust me if I'm incorrect on this. A report was produced under the former administration regarding Hattocks, not just Exeter Hattocks, all the Hattock arrangements, about their constitutional position. Are they county committees, joint committees, and etc. In regard to that? That report came to a committee that I serve on, governance, which is a sort of filtering system, and we approved it to go to the next stage with comments from Hattock members on the content. My understanding is the meeting of that committee takes place in February, next week in fact, and that will consider Hattock amongst a whole range of other papers they've got on constitutional updates in effect. Whatever is proposed will come before, ratified by council, will come into effect in the next council year, right? Whether it will come about, whether it will be carried forward, none of us know at the moment. But I think Maria might be able to clarify on this point of the issue, the core of the issue there. But as I say, we will be a new committee in July, new chair, new vice chair. Hopefully all of us are alive and well. It'll be the 9 members here, and I don't know, the position of Exeter City Council, parish councils, etc., will be clarified.
So that's quite right, Chair. It's a matter that's still to be determined, and that's for members to determine. I think quite right, procedures will be next week, and then that'll be a matter for full council to ratify, but no decision has been made to date.
Okay,
That's right. Yeah, that's it. That's all we can say. It's an unknown unknown.
Yeah, mine, it doesn't really need a reply. I just want to put it on record. Chair, I totally respect we had the motion and we all voted for the motion, but I was under the impression we had no other options except we had to go to consultation. Now, Councillor Nash has thrown a bit of a spanner in the work, or just maybe offline speak to somebody about in future, do we always have to do consultation for such a short bit of road? That's, just want to put that on record.
So again, the position of consultation and TROs, Maria.
So yeah, just to confirm, as officers have already said, if you want to remove that TRO, then yes, you have to go through that process.
It's called something called democracy, I think. You direct any comments through the chair, please not. Do you wish to make a comment, Councillor Nash? If you could press your button, we can all hear it then.
So for the TRO, is that a formal consultation like the length of this one, or non-formal? Because my understanding of the Road Act, it doesn't need to be a formal consultation. Thank you.
Got to be a sorry for you,
Can you clarify?
So yes, would have to be a formal consultation, as already been outlined.
We determined at our last meeting, in view of the level of public concern about the previous decision and the way that decision was made correctly or incorrectly, perceptions of people at that time, that we wanted the fullest possible public consultation so the public can have confidence that the decision is made by this committee, whoever is sitting on it at that time, is based on evidence that they have produced as members of the public and groups that have been consulted. We didn't want to take shortcuts and find ourselves back again with somebody saying, I wasn't asked, I wasn't consulted, you didn't listen to us. We're listening to everybody. It's up to them to make their voice heard. Thank you. Councillor Hill.
It's just a supporting comment that I'd hate to think that the Labour Exeter City Councillors would have their vote removed on something that is so important.
That is a matter for the county councillor and you as a county councillor, if you're able to vote on this matter, and the council. It's not just Exeter City Council. This is a county-wide recommendation on all hattocks. I'll come to Councillor Ledbetter, then I'll come.
Sorry, as a point of clarification, the city councillors represented here aren't all Labour. There is a Green representative of the city council here.
They might have even changed. Councillor Ledbetter.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to say, I mean, bearing in mind what the officers said, we have to consult. I'm very happy to go to a consultation on this matter, but I'd, sooner rather than later, I would say. Let's get on with it.
Councillor Ketchen.
And my closing comment would be, this process has been viewed as imperfect previously by the public, and the reason we're here is we're looking at a wider area. We're having a holistic view where people have put their hand up and said, the first time it looked at just at Dryden Road, and actually this has affected a wider area, and that's why we've had so many submissions for the public. We're hearing that. I think the chair's been has heavily stated that point, but we are looking at a wider area, and that is because of the perceived ramifications of the previous changes. This should be seen, or this should be welcomed by anyone who views the public's views as important. I do, and I'm very pleased that everyone's come today and given their submissions and has really grasped the nettle, because I know a lot of members of the public have put a lot of work into this, have come to many meetings to make sure their voices heard, and we are where we are because because of the fact that it has had a wider area implications, and we thank you all for being present, and we ask the local members to be aware that that is why we are where we are.
I think it's also worth bearing in mind how we got here. We got here as a result of a petition presented to this committee. All we had to do was say, you'll get a letter back in 15 days. This committee decided to bring this forward and put it on an agenda. We've had 2 meetings. We're now ready to go to consultation. That's about listening. And that's hopefully what we're all here to do. So I will now no further speak up, Councillor Wettenhall, and then I'll try to move to the vote if I can.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very support A. I think it's great. I just want to make a couple of quick observations. I do feel a bit uncomfortable. In an ideal world, I would have liked more information to come to this committee on the pros and cons. But it is a bit bald, those options. So it's something and I'm also, I do hear what Councillor Wright says as well, that we will be presented with a monster report in July, that the committee, that is, and the rest of us, other than the 2 division members and yourself, Chair, will have known or heard nothing. And that can be problematic. So I don't know if it's possible to keep the April Hattock Committee for some sort of update or guidance on any emerging difficult points, whether that's constitutionally possible or correct. Yeah, the other thing is, and this is part of, you know, the rather bold nature of the options. There's no mention of removing parking on Bothermoors, which is one of the issues about the buses mounting the pavement because of the double parking on each side. So I think I did hear Liz Holloway say that new ideas and options could be added in as the process goes forward. So I'm taking that as something, so if people like me want to say that, then it could become an option. But yes, I support the I support A. Thank you, Chair.
Give this assurance from the chair that if there is anything of interest or progress to report in April, we will bring that information back if the officers are able to do so. Right? There's not an intention to hide anything in regard to that. And even highway engineers and officers would admit they're not 100% perfect. So there might be some ideas that come in from the public and from organisations that improve both the consultation process and the evidence we gather. The other assurance I'd like to give, and again, I'll talk to the officers about the feasibility of this, particularly in relation to data protection, that as much of the evidence that is assembled will be publicly available for people to scrutinise. What we don't want is a closed shop and restricted evidence. That all the evidence that is presented hopefully will be publicly available through the county website or whatever in some format, so members have time over a period of time to look at it before the appropriate meeting and the appropriate report. Move to a vote on option A. Oh, sorry, recommendation A, to approve the options to be considered for consultation as set out in section 4. All those in favour, please show. Oh, goodness me. Sorry, unanimous. This democracy game is working. All right, let's move on to item B then, which is any points people wish to mention about the scope and methodology set out for the public consultation. I think it's also worth bearing in mind the 2 ward members, 2 division members and myself did have a separate presentation with the officers on this format before this report came forward. So we've been kept in the loop. But any contributions? Yeah, any contributions? Councillor Hill, first of all, and then Councillor Wright.
I know that it's been suggested that the number of traffic that cuts through the hospital isn't going to be part of this consultation, but I do actually think that it's important that it is included. Just a week after, I think it was only a week after the last meeting that we had, somebody was actually killed in the hospital grounds by a car. I don't know whether it seriously injured, correction. I don't know whether that was due to a car that was cutting through, but just the pure volume of traffic increase through the hospital does indicate that it's quite an important point to consider. So I do think that it's important that that is considered in this consultation, especially because it literally borders Dryden Road.
Can I say if there is any evidence in relation to that and any factor, it can be included potentially as an information point within the brief if we've got data in relation to it. That be correct, officers, or am I presuming?
I mean, I'm assuming that they're. Oh, sorry, I thought you were speaking.
I think earlier in debate, we said that we'd certainly be providing an estimation of the impacts of the different options. Whether we're going to be able to provide that level of detail that you're seeking, again, that's something we have commissioned a series of counts that are going to be taking place in the next month or so. So that's planned, but it won't be ready for the start of the consultation. And I suggest we don't try and delay the consultation if we can. We carry on, but clearly that will form part of the evidence base when we get to the end of the process.
In other words, it's not being discounted. That's the main thing. No, I think. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Chair. It's just an observation comment that I definitely approve the scope and the methodology. That this is what we asked for, was a much bigger scope for the consultation. So might surprise you. I'm not complaining about anything here. I just want to say thank you for taking that into consideration, and that this is a much better, in my opinion, scope than the original, for all the reasons that you've stated, Chair, and other people have stated about what happened last time when this committee wasn't actually, a lot of the people here weren't on that committee. But I definitely think that we have sort of listened to people, made that decision in the October meeting, asked for this with a bigger scope, and we have got it. So I would definitely like to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So we're talking about recommendation B, and as ever, the devil really is in this detail. So I know that whenever you start a list, you're always going to miss somebody out. So you have my sympathies on that one. I noticed we've got a 200-metre circumference in terms of contacting residents, and of course, it's literally impossible to hear from everyone who will be affected by any change of this nature. But obviously, making sure we pick up all the employers in that area means that you do pick up feedback indirectly from those who live some distance away, but do drive through this area that will be affected. So making sure you get all the employers is important. We heard about Wyvern Barracks, which didn't appear to be on the list, and also Wanford Leisure Centre and Wanford Community Group is right next to Lidl's, and Lidl's is on the list. So just to add that, and I think there's a GP practice there as well. I'm hoping that got picked up. Hope to avoid the Blockbuster video error that we had a while back. So just really a plea, I think, to just revisit that list, possibly by driving around the area as well, just because I know Google isn't, or cycling, which you'll definitely pick up more detail while you're doing that. So yes, please, just a revisit of that. And I think that's probably it. As with Councillor Wright, I'm happy with the methodology that's laid out, and C enables some fine tuning. So although we're voting on B, the fact that C exists allows fine tuning of B. And whilst we're talking about schools, obviously we are hearing from the next generation who will be affected, but they are employers too. So making sure that teachers have the opportunity to input as well as their pupils is important. Thank you.
Can I also point out that not 100% of all superintelligence sits around this table either, that if any of us come up with any suggestions or ideas in relation to the consultation, please channel them through me or Councillor Nash or Councillor Eade, and we will feed them into the system. In other words, we're not expecting the total answer today. There is refinement all the time taking place, and we'd like you to feel that you as members can contribute in the same way that members of the public or groups might want to make suggestions to us to be included. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to echo the words of Councillor Wright. I think I'd like to commend the officers really for all their work that they've done in bringing this report today. I think this is a fantastic opportunity for this council to demonstrate its ability in the consultation process and demonstrate to the public that it has improved its consultation process. So thank you very much for bringing this forward. And I talked about it briefly earlier, but I'd also like to reiterate my thanks for engagement with young people who are so often their voices aren't heard, and they are a key stakeholder in this debate. Many children walk down Dryden Road and Bovymoors Lane every day, and so their experiences and their voices must be included in this debate too. Thank you.
Councillor Nash.
So I just wanted to ask as well to make sure that for the methodology that we've got a free text box rather than prescriptive tick boxes. And just listening to Mr. Crocker again reaffirming the importance of engaging with the local businesses as well, making sure that they're involved in the consultation process. Thank you.
Thank you. No predetermination there. Councillor Hill.
My question's to do with engagement of young people. I would just like to know how young.
That we're debating now, so if you could put it in the form of a proposal or a suggestion they consider, there's a way to put it.
So obviously if parents are walking their children to school, then it wouldn't really be appropriate to ask a 5-year-old for their opinion on this. So I was just wondering, how young are we going with this? Because it should be, I would have thought, children that are able to walk to school themselves. And if children are walked to school, then it should be the parents that are consulted as opposed to, so I just want some clarification on how young children and the age limits.
So primary schools have been contacted, and an engagement plan is being developed with the school head teachers or with the school teachers themselves. So between the engagement team and the school, they will come up with the most appropriate way of letting the children know. It may just be letting some of the younger children know in a more appropriate, playful, whatever way about, traveling or traveling to school or something. And then for the older children, it might be slightly different. It depends what the school can host, because they will probably offer an assembly. This is still in development, but it will be age appropriate. And then in addition to that, letters or information through the school newsletters could be sent out to parents if the schools are able to do that, and that will then reach the parents. So yeah, a summary of that will be provided in the consultation report at the end of the process. Hopefully that helps clarify.
It does. So I think you're saying that children of all ages, from essentially 0 to 18, will be consulted and their opinions will be listened to, as opposed to just children who are walked to school or those that walk to school themselves.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I've got no other speakers on my list. I'll therefore move to the vote on B, that we approve the scope and methodology set out in the public consultation, bearing in mind the ability of members and yourselves to contribute at any stage, to be held on options for Dryden Road and Bovymoors Lanes area. All those in favour? Unanimous. We now move on to C. I don't know whether it's a matter of debate or whether a vote. Does anyone wish to speak on it? Councillor Hill.
Yeah, so there's a few stakeholders that are going to be the delegated authority on this, but if some of those stakeholders disagree on something, who's got the ultimate say?
My understanding is there'll be 3 of us in the room, unless someone of us splits in half. There will be who's a chair, relevant local members. That's 3. Two members. Oh, and the director's not a voting member.
I don't know. I just wanted some clarification on.
Under delegated authority, it would be my ultimate decision after consulting with the local members and the chair of Hattock.
The director is Lord Almighty on this one. All right, thank you.
Perfect. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Councillor Eade.
Yeah, just following on from that, I think the recommendation is clear. It's delegated authority to the Director of Climate Change, Environment and Transport in consultation with the 3 of us. So it doesn't matter if we don't agree. We're not the ones making the decisions. We're just being consulted on it. So there shouldn't be a blocker, but and we should all, hopefully, our views will be taken into account. So I'm sure there will be.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you. Obviously, the content of C is essential because there's some fine tuning remaining. So I'm in favour of that. The only thing I would kind of ask is that clearly around the table, we all have a distinct interest in how this finally shapes. So whilst we might not be consulted on the detail, please can we be informed and updated on the detail of the decisions or to go ahead, which is what we have just voted on the first two. So I'm just asking that we're updated on the fine tuning of it, please.
Yes, it's not a closed shop, no. And I'm sure all the formal and informal networks will operate so that everybody's views are taken into account when we meet or discuss any issues of changes. Any other speakers? No. I therefore move to the vote on C, that we give delegated authority to the Director of Climate Change, Environment, Transport in consultation with the Chair of HATOC and the relevant members to make minor amendments to the consultation details. Councillor Wright.
I'm so sorry, I'm probably 3 seconds too late, but I just want to consider an amendment to make it really clear. The outcome of what you have assured everybody with is that we would get information back if there was amendments.
The Director has given that assurance to this meeting in public. I don't think necessarily it's needed to add it to the words there. I think we would all accept the words of the Director.
So the assurance that,
the assurance she has given that that will take
if there
that
were
will take
moot
place.
points, the committee would be given that information.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So no amendment. All right. Thank you.
That's perfectly all right. Councillor now.
Right, this is me and my menopausal brain fog. So delegated authority to the Director of Climate Change, what does that actually mean?
Means if we're making a minor amendment to the details of the consultation, it might be a date, it might be about, a change of date or whatever because of weather conditions, or we can't go ahead with a certain hall or whatever, or we're waiting for certain more information to come in. It might amend that making amendments to what we've already agreed. You, I, and Councillor Eade would be consulted on that and discuss it with the Director. In the meantime, we'd have an opportunity and other members would be aware of any proposed changes that are taking place. It's a fallback position, in effect, an insurance policy to ensure that if a change has to be made, there's a route to make it that has a degree of democratic accountability within it. Even though the Director makes a decision, we are involved in it. You've been in other authorities where sometimes the power is just given solely to the Director, but we are involved in this, and through us, you are involved in any changes. Okay. To the vote on C, please. Do you want me to read it? All those in favour of options, recommendation C? Unanimous. It is now 1:45, and could I suggest we have a 10-minute recess, for a cup of tea, see if there's any biscuits left, and to thank all those people who attended. And I hope, as I say, democracy, as Churchill said, is the worst system out, but it's better than any of the others, and it does take time. Could we reconvene, please? And we will be notified when some refreshments do arrive, and I will allow for a period so people can get a cup of tea and coffee after the 4 hours already here. Right, we now move on to item 8, which is the Barnfield Road Gateway Phase 1. Yeah, we have several speakers on this one, and in the order, I will deal with them in the order they submitted. So Edward Pickering from the Exeter Cycling Campaign. You will have 3 minutes. When you're ready to start and the microphone's on.
So I'm the Vice Chair of Exeter Cycling Campaign, and I'm speaking on behalf of our 1,800 supporters. I use Barnfield Road a lot, gets me from the city centre to Magdalen Road shops and other places, and I'm not the only one making this journey because it's a real desire line. It needs to be safe. Maria Perez Gonzalez, a mother of 3, a nurse, was tragically killed on her bike at the junction of Barnfield Road and Western Way less than 5 years ago. At the moment, Barnfield Road might be a desire line, but it's not a desirable piece of infrastructure. The pavements are sometimes not even wide enough for a buggy, and the painted bike lanes are barely visible. It should be the gateway to the city centre for the 2,500 active travellers who already use it. Instead, it's a barrier. The proposed changes are a big improvement. Wider pavements will make the journey more pleasant for pedestrians. The new layout will give priority to active travel, and the provision for disabled parking in Southern Hay is still accessible. It was positive that consultation feedback was addressed. The main objections seem to be concerned about traffic on Western Way, especially at the junction between Magdalen Street and Southern Hay. So it was great that officers conducted further modelling and showed that once phase 1 is implemented, the junction will still operate at about 61% capacity at most. Barnfield Road Phase 1 will encourage and enable more active travel. Increased levels of active travel mean lower pollution, less congestion, better health outcomes, better road safety and less road damage. The proposal is aligned with the local cycling and walking plan and the adopted Exeter transport strategy. It will help the City Council in achieving their goals in terms of air quality, and it will complete a safe route all the way from Pines Hill to the city centre. One concern the campaign has is that bike lanes are advisory in places, which means vehicles can stop in the bike lanes. This pushes kids and vulnerable road users into the traffic. But the Forum on Barnfield Road has off-street space, and the Southern Hay end of Barnfield Road has no businesses, so why not make these mandatory? The government guidance on bike infrastructure, LTN 120, states that mandatory bike lanes are always preferable to advisory, so we'd like you to protect kids by not allowing vehicles to stop at all in the bike lanes. Southern Hay is currently being badly used. It's a site of historic, cultural and architectural importance. It should be one of the most pleasant spaces in Exeter. Instead, we're using it as a pressure release valve for traffic on Western Way and as an open invitation to rat runners to try and cut a corner out of the inner bypass. Reducing through traffic and remodelling Barnfield Road will make Southern Hay a more pleasant space, and it will make Exeter a better city. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. 6 seconds to spare.
It's always available.
No, no. Yes, yes. Next speaker, 3 minutes.
Hi everyone. Rather hopefully my speech began good morning committee. I'm the ward councillor on Exeter City Council for this scheme. All 3 of the St David's ward councillors for Exeter City Council are supportive of this scheme, and we welcome these improvements in Barnfield Road. I just want to focus on the design of the cycle lanes and how that relates to cyclist safety. So the report explains, as we've heard, that the cycle lanes will be a mix of mandatory and advisory lanes, in order to retain loading provision where necessary. To remind anyone who hasn't read the highway code, and I'm sure you all have, a mandatory cycle lane is marked with a solid white line, which vehicles are not permitted to cross. And an advisory cycle lane is a dashed line, meaning vehicles can enter it for loading or parking when required. Now, looking at the plans, the north side of Barnfield Road, especially along the continuous wall, is proposed as mandatory, while the south side, opposite the Barnfield Theatre and the office block, is advisory, presumably to accommodate loading activity. So my concern is that this approach may reduce safety to cyclists along this southern side of the road. This creates two kinds of risks, one of so-called dooring, where vehicles loading across the cycle lane may cause serious injury when doors are opened into the path of cyclists. The other risk comes from moving cyclists into the main carriageway with the traffic. Now, a parent with a child on a bike may likely only take this route once when they see their child is no longer protected by the cycle path. Experience elsewhere in the city shows that advisory lanes, especially near loading areas, are frequently blocked, forcing cyclists to move out into live traffic. For example, the scheme in Magdalen Road, which I visited this week, has loading bays that are so narrow that vehicles regularly block cycle lanes, forcing cyclists into an even worse position where they're facing oncoming traffic. Where vehicles tuck themselves in to prevent this, they then block the pavement. So let's not repeat these compromises for safety for non-car users again with this new scheme. How much longer have I got left, Chair? It's also worth noting that the consultation responses said that the most common recommendation was to fully segregate the cycle lane from the traffic lane. So this suggests a clear public preference for a stronger and more consistent protection for cyclists. So I'll just move to some alternatives or additions. How about could loading be relocated to side streets or Southern Hay? Have floating parking or loading bays been considered? Or what about moving both cycle lanes to the north side of the street? So you have a two-way cycle provision on the north side of the street, and the cars can own the southern side of the street. That might involve some redesign of the Western Way junction, but then there is no conflict whatsoever between cars and cyclists. In conclusion, I would love to see this scheme succeed and would love to see safety prioritised in any final design. Thank you.
Thank you. Just clarify, I've got 4 speakers on my list. I've got no petition in relation to Barnfield. We have received no, have you sent in notice of petition? Mark Turner? We'll happy to receive it, but as I say, no. Yeah. Can I deal with the speakers first of all, the 4 speakers, then I'll come to you with your petition, all right? So, sorry, move on to James, we've had Mrs. Lant.
Right, hang on again.
All right.
Thank you.
It's on for you.
Right, well, I've got a loud voice. Right. Hello there. This lady didn't know what accessible streets was. Well, I'll explain it. Because the RNI left Exeter, because they're no longer, because of their money, we got a group up with disabled people with wheelchairs and people with brain and sighted, because people don't understand what the sight of a cycle path can do to a blind and disabled person. Like I said, back a while ago, we had a meeting with WSP and Devon County because I couldn't get to the consultation when you had it. And there's other disability groups that came along. So, and it was a one positive meeting that we had. The other things was that some things are not accessible. As you can see today, I cannot see print, and the plans are already sort of like done before we even go into that meeting. So it is a sort of a tick box, but we do say what we want to do. And there was definitely on the minutes that share paths, because share paths to me is a right no-no when you've got a guide dog or you can't see a cyclist. And we don't want any more shared paths. I have to walk up the field every day with a shared cycle path, and it doesn't do me any good. So that was it. And also, I've got to do this from memory. The main things is when you have to cross over a cycleway to get to the pavement, you don't get this, that blind people cannot see or hear cyclists. And they're going fast, so you can't hear them. And this is where I'm on deaf ears at the moment, because there's a new guidance that's come through from the Department of Transport, and they still don't get this. Being on deaf ears is someone is going to get very well injured. I got injured twice last year with cyclists, and they rung the bell. And I think this is where the people that can see don't get it, and they don't listen to us. I have got a good point. Last year, Dan Thomas and another councillor did the sighted guide, which is having the glasses on of different sites and walking around to see how we do our mobility, which is not easy. We can't take our glasses off. And it was all different sites like RP and diabetes and cataracts. And it's a good sort of project to do. And I would like all the HATOC members to do this, because I don't think you understand how we get on with life. We got to be independent. We got to get out there. I'm a very independent lady. I come from Cornwall and I'm a farmer's daughter, and the common sense does come in quite a bit. And like I said, but the example is, that was a good thing. But the example is that Rifford Road, and I'm going to bring it up, that Rifford Road with white lines, and what you've done there is definitely no good for blind people. We can't see white lines. Our guide dogs go with a tactile crossing or a curb that we can find. And I don't think people understand this. I think you think a guide dog's a robot. It has a switch, you switch it on in the morning, it doesn't go for a wee or whatever, and it just go. But it's not like that. We are independent and we want to be listened to. And like I said, I don't think you understand that. And it's a hard thing out there for cyclists, because cyclists are not easy to know when they're coming along. They might ring the bell, but it's just not an easy thing. And I just wish you just listen to us and understand that. And like I said, we don't want to cross cycleways. We want to have our own life and get out there, because that's the only way we can get on a bus. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your contribution.
I have done that cited guide and it's very enlightening. Thank you.
Minutes when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. As with many decisions we take in public life, this comes down to a calculated risk. Due diligence matters. We're expected to scrutinise spending, impacts and outcomes carefully, and to make decisions only when we're properly informed. So my first question today is a simple one. Do we actually have all the information we need to make this decision? Do we need to make Barnfield Road one way? Does it require a total of 8 metres in width of cycle lane and widened footways? And do we have the finances to scale to justify this? Are we comfortable about forcing additional traffic to detour further around Western Way, a road that already struggles with congestions and pinch points, and now further pressure from changes in Magdalen and Denmark Road? I must turn to the equality impact assessment. This should be a live document developed as projects are shaped. Yet this assessment was only made available for the first time with its agenda papers last week, despite requests since October. Does this give you, the members, sufficient time to properly understand, scrutinise and give due regard to your public sector equality duty implications before being asked to decide today? Good process dictates that the scheme design balances multiple factors: cost, safety, traffic movement and public accessibility. The assessment itself acknowledges a very significant limitation, that all vehicle traffic exiting Southernhay would be forced onto Western Way at the Magdalen Street junction. The report also notes that it will disadvantage people by increasing journey times and greenhouse gas emissions. It would be the only exit for the entire Southernhay business district. An additional 1,500 plus vehicles a day will be forced to use a junction that already struggles. And our pedestrians and cyclists will then be exposed to increased pollution from queuing, idling traffic. Have members been given the opportunity to read the legal road safety audit for this scheme? I'd be surprised. If you have not been provided with that audit, how can you reasonably be expected to make an informed decision today? The director's report raises further concerns. There's an additional 43,000 that has already been spent on design, bringing the total to over £426,000. Councillors have a responsibility to ensure public money spent delivers clear value. And over £233,000 will come from Devon County Council funds. What value for money assessments have been undertaken? 7.2 states that active travel funding must be committed. It does not need to be spent until March 2027, so why rush it? Legally, has proper consideration been given to the Section 122 of the 1984 Traffic Act, which places a duty on local authorities to balance the need of all road users, not diverting traffic an additional 3/4 of a mile, or increasing journey times, fuel use, emissions and costs, particularly for those relying on taxis. And turning to the public consultation, the first sentence stated, the first phase of this project is already fully designed. That wording immediately disengaged many residents. Social media said, it's already been decided, what's the point? And people referred to previous poorly run consultations like Hevertree LTN, Dryden Road and the Rifford Road floating bus stops, where these flaws have been and already discussed. Responses raised concerns about congestion along Western Way and Magdalen Street Junction. We were told data was collected in June 23, 24 and 25, yet no supporting data has been shared with the members or in this report. Where is that missing data? Evidence showing how the junction operates at 61% capacity. And on vehicle, pedestrian and cycle movements around Southernhay, where is it? Where is the data and the proposals? And do that means that everybody ensures safe and convenient movement for everyone? This road is only 190 metres long, yet the first 30 metres will still remain two-way to allow access to Barnfield Crescent. The cycle lane will still alternate between mandatory and advisory. But this allows disabled groups and vulnerable people groups to use the taxis at the Barnfield Theatre. So given all of this, I ask a final question. Could we not consider alternative safety interventions and measures that improve conditions for cyclists and pedestrians without closing an essential route that allows vehicles to leave Southernhay at a single control junction? So Chair and Councillors, this decision carries financial, legal, environmental and equality implications. I urge you to consider whether the evidence before you today is truly sufficient to justify that proceedings. Last thing was, is this phase one? Unfortunately, the fatality was on phase two on the crossing. So we're only talking about phase one today. Phase two should be improved.
Thank you.
Mr. Turner. Do you have a copy of your petition with you?
It's online, so I'll email it to you if that's sufficient.
Give you the details, please.
Right.
If you could outline what the petition is.
Yes, sorry, it's a petition. It's a petition to oppose making Barnfield Road within Southernhay one way only, and that's got now over 1,300 signatures plus as of this morning and rising while I've been sat here.
If you proceed to explain.
Right. My main concern relates to what, in my view, is the ludicrous proposal to make Barnfield Road one way within Southernhay in only. This will draw the working and shopping driver like a rat into a trap. In addition, I'm told the council's strapped for cash. This is going to cost some £400,000 to achieve. And all it's really doing is further strangling the already struggling commercial heart of our city. That's £2,500 a metre. The petition, like I said, has already got 1,300 signatures on it. Council's figures suggest vehicular traffic along the road is roughly 1,500 a day. So that's probably 4,500 people in motorised vehicles, along with 500 cycle trips. I'm sceptical it's 500 cycle trips because I can't believe a third of the traffic there as a local to that area is actually bicycles. It also includes 2,000 walking trips. But again, I'd like to see the data on that because I believe that's the whole of Barnfield Road, including Southernhay right into Princess Hay. By way of background, I've got offices in Barnfield Crescent and I've been there since the late 90s and I've worked in Southernhay since the mid 1980s. So I'd like to think I know my patch pretty well. I'm also a commercial property agent, so I got very first-hand authority on how badly the city centre is doing and the problems. the decline we're struggling with there in many ways is being fueled by congestion. And that congestion is in no small part fueled by well-intentioned but often misguided traffic management policies. You know, at the moment we're in the top 10 for congestion in the country. Someone seems to be eyeing getting us into the top 5 with this proposal. This present short section is about 150 metres from Barnfield Crescent down to the junction. Is already speed restricted. It provides motorists, cyclists and pedestrians with perfectly good traffic light controlled access in and out of Southern Hay. Southern Hay is one of the few surviving and important commercial centres we have in our city, and it's not doing very well. So currently we have good provision for all variety of road and pedestrian users. I would admit that the not very temporary access to the Princess Hay car parks did cause chaos. Now that's returned to normal, it's a much calmer position. How no one was killed on that junction, or at least knocked over, with Southern Hay East and Barnfield Road is a miracle. I also run the Barnfield Crescent Owners Association, so I look after all the freeholders and occupiers within Barnfield Crescent, which means I also deal with 100 charities who every year use our car park at weekends and public holidays. Not a single person that I've found within the Crescent, cyclist, pedestrian or charity user, is in favour of this. They all think it's ludicrous. And I reflect my this gentleman's comments earlier on that people think it's a done deal, so what's the point in complaining? So I'm losing my thread here slightly. I also want to add weight to this. I have a statement here from the very Reverend Jonathan Greener, the Dean of Exeter, which he's asked me to read out because he wasn't aware of this meeting. Here at the Cathedral, we have grave reservations about plans to make Barnfield Road into a one-way system. Yes, it will massively inconvenience those of us who live and work in and around Southern Hay and Chapel Street and Cathedral Green. But more significant and perilous will be the commercial traffic delivering to Princess Hay and in large numbers to us at our Cathedral Christmas market. The right turn to enable them to exit along Southern Hay will require a tricky and dangerous manoeuvre, and the length of queues already significant will increase exponentially. We urge you to rethink. Those are not my words. As you'll be aware, the Christmas market generates some 500,000 plus visitors. I'm a commuter. I come in from out of the town, both by car and motorcycle. I do cycle as well, but it doesn't work for me coming in 7 or 8 miles for the work that I do. And I can't see, I hate to say it, that cyclists, given their limited luggage capacity, are doing very much to help the struggling retail economy in our city. It's an ill thought out scheme, and it basically means that all the commercial heart traffic from there will have to exit from a non-light controlled junction onto one of our busiest parts of the inner bypass. It's already congested. On a pure personal note, I turn left and will use this road. So I would then have to queue an extra half to 3/4 of a mile in heavy traffic. That can't be terribly green. I say I was on the impression that money was tight, but somehow there's £400,000 available for this pretty unpopular and regressive and pointless scheme. If there is money available, I've got 2 ideas for road safety and people's safety. Firstly, to fix the very large pothole at the exit onto Western Way, which as a motorcyclist is quite exciting, and as a cyclist I should think it's very exciting. The second principal hazard I've seen to cyclists, and this probably relates more to delivery riders on electric bikes than normal cyclists, is the green traffic light for bicycles. That's on a phase. I'm often sat there waiting for the green bicycle to go red. There's no bicycle. There is a green bicycle coming towards the green light. He then accelerates, the light goes red. He either can't stop or doesn't stop and shoots out as the cars are turning to the left. That is the biggest danger. So I'm probably going round in circles now, but to my view, this makes no commercial economic sense. It's the greatest good for the greatest number. And it appears that a fairly limited minority think that the cycle lane should be prioritised there. It's the road for all of us. Why penalise the people that are running the commercial heart of the city? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. As I say, forward on a copy of the petition. Normally, you would expect to get a written response in 15 weeks, but as this is an agenda item, which we're now going to discuss, you might feel that all the points you've raised have been taken into account or answered in the officer's report. If there are any matters that are not covered but raised in your petition, please write to me and I will forward them on to the officers and you'll then get a response.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Appreciated.
I now call upon the officer to present their report. Thank you.
Thank you. So yes, I'm here to talk about Barnfield Road Gateway Phase 1. This Barnfield Road stretches from Denmark Road to Princess Hay, going through Southern Hay and crossing Western Way. It's a key gateway into the city centre, and currently has 2,000 walking trips and 500 cycle trips every day. It's a key part of the E3 and E9 strategic cycle routes, but is currently a very busy area. It feels unsafe and unpleasant due to its narrow footways, poor cycle provision, and lack of crossing points. It's a priority for us to deliver, and to accelerate this, we've split Barnfield Road into 3 phases, reflecting the stage at which we are at with them. Phase 1 stretches from Princess Hay to Western Way. Phase 2 is the junction with Western Way itself, and Phase 3 is the final bit to Denmark Road. So the proposal for Phase 1 can be seen here. It was also included as a supplementary document to the report. The proposals are widened footways, so that all footways are 2 metres wide to accommodate heavy foot traffic, as well as buggies and wheelchairs. Cycle lanes on both sides of the road. These will be coloured surfacing and a mix of mandatory and advisory. Raised crossings across Southern Hay East and Southern Hay West with appropriate tactile paving. A change of priority movements at the junction where we joins Princess Hay. This is to ensure that those travelling up Barnfield Road have priority. And changing the traffic arrangements between Western Way and Barnfield Crescent to be one-way vehicle traffic only, heading towards the city centre in a westbound direction. I should draw attention to the fact that the crossing by Princess Hay on the south side of the road, to use appropriate tactiles here, we do encroach 1 metre onto Exeter City Council land. We've already begun talking to them, and that's what recommendation B is about, allowing us to negotiate a licence with them so that we can use their land to make sure that our appropriate tactiles. The next stage of this process, if this is approved today, is to advertise TROs and complete detailed design. The TROs needed will be to restrict traffic to westbound only between Western Way and Barnfield Crescent. This means that at the moment there are 2 entrances and 2 exits to Southern Hay, and it would reduce this to 1 exit and 2 entrances. No access to anything would be restricted, but all vehicles would have to exit at the Magdalen Street junction. We would also need to introduce 3 road humps to allow for those crossings, new crossings along the minor roads joining onto Barnfield Road, and mandatory cycle lanes on the south side. This would be between Western Way and the Forum, and on the north side this would be between Western Way and Barnfield Crescent. We consulted on these plans along with earlier stage designs for phases 2 and 3 in October. These were advertised through letter drops, emails, press releases, and social media. We also held a public exhibition in Princess Hay for a day where we spoke to over 120 members of the public, and we held an accessibility stakeholder workshop where we could mitigate impacts of the scheme on disabled people and make adjustments to the final design. 471 questionnaires were received and 30 emails. Of those that responded, about phase one, there was 51% support, 43% did not support, and 5% were unsure. The largest comment we got was about congestion along Western Way and with the junction with Magdalen Street. To follow up on this, we've done some more modelling and understand that the junction will remain within capacity at all times. And I should note that we have done this modelling using traffic data from 23, 24 and 25, which means it was before the Princess Hay car park access was changed. Other modelling we've done suggests that we will see a significant reduction in vehicles trying to exit Southern Hay because of this change, but we still modelled it as a worst case scenario of 1,500 vehicles a day extra vehicles trying to use that junction. Other suggestions we got in the detailed comments are things that will be addressed at detailed design stage, such as lighting investigations, and a full consultation report is being prepared for all 3 phases. The scheme costs just over £380,000, and this will be funded through a mixture of money secured from Active Travel Fund Tranche 5, Section 106 and the DCC Integrated Transport Block. We think this is a key project in addressing the missing gap in a long programme of work, connecting the city centre all the way out to Pines Hill and filling that gap in the E3 and E9 networks. And for this reason, we would like to recommend that we advertise the TROs and the road humps, and if no objections are received, approve their construction, making and sealing. Give delegated authority to the Director of Legal and Democratic Services in consultation with transport planning officers to negotiate and enter into a licence agreement with Exeter City Council regarding that 1 metre squared of Exeter City land. Approve the design and construction of Barnfield Road Gateway Phase 1 at an estimated cost of £383,394, and give delegated authority to the Director of Climate Change, Environment and Transport in consultation with the Chair and the local member to make minor amendments to the scheme details.
Thank you, Chelsea. Could I just ask one question of clarification in relation to A, the traffic regulation order that will be advertised? You use the word objection here, so are members of the public still in a position to formally object to the scheme per se, or can they only object to the road humps as detailed or whatever? What, in view of this opinion we've got, a divided opinion, I don't want another Habitry Road situation again, but sealing of orders and whatever. So what remit have the public got once they see this traffic regulation order advertised? Is there any redress for them? Because you use the word objection.
Yeah, James probably is better to answer this.
Yeah, so obviously at this stage, Chair, obviously there is no final decision being made on the proposals. Obviously the consultation is a statutory consultation, and obviously the final decision will be made having considered the responses to that statutory consultation. Obviously, if the agreement is for the one way to proceed, then obviously other elements may or may not happen. The road humps could happen independently. Obviously, if the one way were to be rejected by the committee following the consideration, then obviously we'd have to take a step back to work out, would we be able to deliver the other elements of the scheme, would there be benefits to that one? So there is no decision on this at this stage. Obviously, we would have to go out to do the statutory consultation, consider the comments that are made. We could consider the elements individually and obviously look at the picture as a whole to work out which bits might be favourable, which bits might not be favourable, and obviously whether or not, in terms of budget, resource, etc., we'd want to deliver parts or all of it.
Sorry, I might be being slow this afternoon. So the position is that the public, both those who favour the report, favour these changes, opposed to these changes, or want to modify what is proposed, will still have an opportunity to voice their opinion before this committee has to make a decision about the scheme.
That's correct, Chair, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Ledbetter.
I think it depends on the level of objections, doesn't it? Because obviously this is seeking approval for the principle of the scheme. There's the traffic orders element of it. And depending on the objections, obviously recommendation A says if no objections are received, approve the construction. So that's go ahead. If we don't, obviously if we do, then we need to consider those objections, bring it back here for discussion.
We normally, through you, Chair, it does normally come back. just to go out and see what people think about it.
All we're doing is advertising it to seek opinions.
Seek opinions, formal opinions, because the consultation is not.
I think just to add to clarity, in terms of the constitution, obviously, as we've said in the recommendation, is if we get no objections, obviously the decision would be to proceed. If we get significant objections within our constitution, they get reported back to HATOC. If they're considered not significant objections, then obviously we've discussed with the local members and the chair, HATOC chair, to determine that. And obviously equally, they can then decide that they are significant and bring them to HATOC. So that's what our constitution allows, and that's how we deal with traffic orders within the council. I think given the significance of it, I think it is likely we are expecting significant objections, therefore it would likely come back to HATOC, but obviously just to constitutionally, that's where we stand and that's how we deal with traffic regulation orders in general.
Good. Councillor Hill.
I was going to ask, in the consultation that you've carried out so far, I noticed that there doesn't appear to, I might be wrong, there doesn't appear to be any weight limits on Barnfield Road as it stands. And being a heavy goods vehicle driver myself, some of these vehicles are 40 feet long and rigid, or 12 metres. Now, when you turn a vehicle like this onto somewhere like Southern Hay, there's quite a wide tail sweep. So as part of this consultation, are you going to restrict the size of the vehicle that can drive down Southern Hay? Because from the proposal that I'm looking at, we might be making Barnfield Road much safer, but we are making Southern Hay much more dangerous with the types of vehicles that we're going to ask to drive down that road. And I can't see how we can justify making one road much safer. I agree the proposals that you're coming up with will make that road much safer, but I think Southern Hay, being an experienced truck driver myself, is going to be extremely dangerous with the parked cars all the way down the road, the narrowness of it, and knowing that the visibility on the near side where all the cars are parked is quite difficult, especially in areas where there's a lot of pedestrians. So just from the perspective of the type of vehicles that we're going to be asking to use, have we decided to restrict the size of the vehicles that can even drive into the area? And if not, why not? Or is there any restrictions in place at the moment? Because I don't believe there is.
Are the officers able to respond?
Yeah, so the reason the one-way system, the reason the one-way suggestion is in the direction it is to ensure that any large vehicles can still safely enter and access Southern Hay and Princess Hay. It's to ensure that they can make the turning circles and safely.
It's not just the turning circles, it's transiting down the road. If you're going to expect these vehicles to drive down there on a regular basis, on a daily basis, which you are when people just want to gain access to the Southern Hay shopping centre to make deliveries, then you are vastly increasing the risk. And I don't know if you drive a heavy goods vehicle or not, but if you do, then this is something that you will have serious concerns over. I don't know if anybody else wants to comment on that happens to have a licence in the committee.
I think the officers have noted that and possibly will get back to you independently on that particular issue. Councillor Stevens.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to thank Officer Holloway. I gave you some questions yesterday and you gave them back to me. Just want to dig a bit deeper into them. I've got 5 questions, and with your permission, could I just hand them over so they haven't got to write them down?
Yes.
Would that be all right?
Yes, yes. And if you could then read them out for the audience in the room and for members and for those online, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, the first question I'm going to ask is consultation. We talk about 51%. How was the consultation response distributed? You know, user groups, we've got the residents, we've got local businesses, we've got commuters, we've got cyclists, through traffic users. So the question I ask you, how is that broken down of the 51%? Or have you just done it as a collective figure?
You want to deal with them one at a time, or
Do one at the time is fine.
Yeah.
We will be able. I haven't got that information now. As it broken down, we can break it down. I haven't got that information in front of me now. In terms of how the 51% is made up of who's using Bamford.
Chair, if we could bring that, just if we could get that broken down so we got the exact figures, because I'm not saying it is, if it was all cyclists, you know, we need to be proportionate who we've done that consultation with.
And the officer, you say you're able to provide that information?
Not right now, but
No, no, I'm not saying that,
yeah.
I
but it
didn't
can be
expect it.
circulated to committee members at a later stage.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, and we're all into air quality and emission and modelling. The question I asked, can officers confirm whether an air quality or emission modelling was undertaken specifically for the scheme, including queuing and start-stop traffic at 7A?
That wouldn't normally form part of an assessment for this sort of scheme. I mean, the local air quality impacts of this scheme are, yeah, it's not assessed as part of.
Okay,
the
so that
scheme.
leads on to B. If no such modelling was undertaken, on what qualified basis is the scheme considered to support clean air or environmental objectives? If you haven't got the information now, can you say it's going to support clean air?
What we're saying is that this is just a redistribution of traffic, and what our modelling suggesting is there's no capacity issue at the junctions where they've been assessed. Therefore, the same number of volume of traffic is circulated through Southern Hay. Obviously, the whole purpose of the scheme is to try and increase the number of people walking and cycling into the city centre for those short distance journeys, and that's the rationale for doing this scheme in the first place. We know that Exeter as a city has only got one exceedance of air quality where it exceeds the national air quality objective level, and that's on Heavitree Road. I think it's East Wamford Hill. But the rest of the city is well below the air quality objectives level, and that's based on there's counters that are recorded across the entire city. Well, not the entire.
So the answer is no, really.
The answer is no.
Yeah. So
just in layman's language, you're saying the impact is neutral in effect. Yeah.
how do I turn the volume?
Well, I've got 4 other people in.
So
line.
I've nearly. Can you bear with me? I'll be as quick as I can, Chair.
For further clarification, if you need it when it comes to your questioning time, I think that's the best. Otherwise, we'll get a sort of ping pong match getting on here.
Okay, I'll be as quick as I can.
No, Councillor Stevens.
Safety and proportionality. Right, I didn't want to bring the actual accident up, but if you do your history about the sad death, okay, that was due to something the guy was inhaling, and no different to an accident down in my area, Marsh Barton, a few months ago, where somebody was on a phone. So the question was, officers referred to a 10-year collision cluster at Western Way Junction. Right, how does Barnfield Road recent collision record compare with other Exeter corridors, and how was the scale of intervention here determined relative to other sites? So you're saying about reducing accidents. How did you compare that, and how did you come up with that information?
The officers can respond.
So the comparison to other Exeter sites isn't so much to do with the size of the cluster, it's to do with the people or the modes of transport that have been involved in the collisions. This is a site which is lots of very vulnerable users are involved in those collisions, and therefore it's seen as quite a high priority to deal with. In terms of how the scale of intervention is determined compared to other sites, it's not really decided in comparison to each other. Each site is looked at individually and understood what would be best at that site, rather than ranking all of the sites and deciding what deserves what level of intervention.
But okay, I'm not going to. I could carry on with that.
I think it's fair to say that obviously the reason this scheme's being promoted is because it's in the adopted Exeter local cycling walking infrastructure plan as one of our high priority cycle routes. The fact that it's also on a route where we've got a collision cluster, we've got collision clusters all over the county. The fact that it's also a collision cluster sort of adds the reason to be doing something at this location. It's not, you know, there's a whole range of objectives we're trying to address it. We're trying to improve health and well-being. We're trying to reduce the amount of car dominance of people travelling into that city centre area and putting cars into what is a very attractive part of the city. That Southern Hay area should be a better place with populated with people walking and cycling, and not like overloading it with cars. That's one of the kind of aspirations of that city centre area. But where you've got lots of people being killed or seriously injured or having slight injuries in a particular location, this is a scheme that has the opportunity to address that, or at least the future proposals for that scheme. So that's the rationale for doing it. It isn't the single determinant for doing something, but it's another reason for why we're trying to address this as part of this project.
Yeah, and I respect that, Officer Hullen, but reducing vehicles, the city is already dying. If you walk down there, we won't go offline, but it's already dying, and it isn't over 10 years. It's not a lot of accidents in my eyes. I'm nearly there. Number 4, emergency access and operational risk. Beyond consultation with blue light services, has any peak time stress testing or response time modelling been undertaken for emergency access under the proposed layout?
An officer respond, please.
Yeah, I can respond to that. Thank you. So the blue light services, have been consulted on as part of the public consultation, but we don't normally carry out the peak time stress testing within a model in terms of blue light services. So we don't ordinarily do that.
Okay, around 5 o'clock that evening, you've got one-way traffic. That the emergency services isn't going to go through. Trust me.
This is why we consult with the emergency services, so that they're aware of the proposals, and if they have any particular concerns about these proposals at this early stage, then obviously they would let us know.
Okay, the last question with a bit of an add-on: monitoring, review, and reversibility. What specific criteria threshold would trigger a modification or reversal of the scheme congestion, admission, or access issues worsened by postal information?
So as with any scheme, once they are delivered and built, then they will be closely reviewed, within the year. If any issues arise within the first 12 months or 24 months of a scheme being implemented, then it will go through an additional road safety audit, which is called a road safety stage 4 audit. Schemes normally have already got a number of audits that they go through. The conceptual idea is audited, then the detailed design is audited, and then you've got the additional audit towards the end if there are any issues. So at that stage, any issues that arise, modifications, mitigations can be made at that stage.
That didn't really answer the question. So I said, can you reverse that scheme? We've already had a problem with the last one, Dryden Road. So if you gather the evidence, so it says postal information monitoring data will report it back to members. If it doesn't work, is there a process of putting it back?
If the scheme didn't work, it wouldn't have got to this stage. So various assessments have been made. It's been designed according to guidance. There's been modelling. There's been safety audits and so on. So there's been a number of processes that the scheme has gone through in order to reassure people that this scheme will work when it's built.
Okay, you haven't sold it to me, but the last thing is, we're all concerned about safety, and this is a bit of a dig really now, not at you guys, because you do a brilliant job, but all this money being found for all these bicycle schemes, E3, E9, I would be more concerned with a bicycle doing our roads with all these potholes, which should be worked out. Making all these fancy schemes to me is we're just doing one area. The whole of Exeter, everybody is disgruntled, right? And this consultation, you've already said you've got a priority 1, 2, and 3. You've already started it. So people aren't going to really have a say. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
So we'll talk to you about capital and revenue budgets now.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out on the funding point. The funding in the report is 150,000 is active travel fund money, can only be used on active travel infrastructure on those schemes. Section 106, 118,394. That's funding that's very specific on what it can be used on. It can't be used on anything other than that. So I'm just making the point that although we're talking about the funding and the cost of the scheme. The funding that we're spending is absolutely for active travel improvements. It can't be used to fix roads, potholes, or anything like that. That's not totally out of scope. So if we're not going to be spending this money on this, what are we going to spend it on? It's got to still be on active travel improvements.
Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Officer Cullen. All I say is listen to the people working in that area. Let's not make the city worse than what it's already.
Let's be fair to you, a lot of this is central government money that's designated. It's ring fenced. This is our problem with some of these things. I'll just go through the list to make sure I've not missed anybody, because Councillor Stevens jumped in just in front of Councillor Reid on my list, but that's no problem. Councillor Reid next, Councillor Wesenhall, Councillor Wood, Councillor Hill, Councillor Wright, Councillor Nash, Councillor Stevens, and then Councillor Ketchin. Easier if I just went round the table, wouldn't it? All right, let's start with Councillor Reid.
Thanks, Chair. So with the recommendations, I'm just wondering if they're adequate. The first one is adequate as it is based on what you were saying. Just that line, if no objections are received, we'll do this. That seems a very high bar. And if you get a single objection, you can't move to the next stage as the recommendation stands. So does this need amending to allow what James was saying earlier to happen? I.e., if we get a few minor objections, they'll be discussed with the local member and it will proceed. If it's more significant, it'll be brought back to Hatton. Does that need changing in order to do what James was saying earlier?
It's standard wording within the committee reports and the recommendations there. So it just clarifies that essentially, if we don't get any objections, we wouldn't necessarily need further consultation with the members and therefore implement. And that's standard wording with traffic orders. Obviously, if there are objections, we've got our constitution that defines how we deal with those objections. So in my view, I don't think the recommendation needs to be changed. I think that wording is standard. And obviously within that and the constitution clarifies how we would tackle and deal with those objections.
Also, I think in recommendation D, you've got that safety valve that we are consulted, and I would hope to be fully informed, as would the ward member, division members, of what objections, if any, have been received, and we would then participate in that debate as to what the next stage should be.
Yeah. So I had two more questions.
Please do.
So I understand from previous correspondence, we've had about the modelling that was done and the impacts, and specifically the impacts on emergency services. I hear they've been consulted on, but I understand there was going to be some assessment of whether they would easily be able to get out promptly if there was an accident on Southern Hay at rush hour. Was the modelling on that done in the end? Do we have the results of that to confirm that there isn't going to be an issue with emergency services?
I don't think we ever said we would do that modelling. Specific emergency service response modelling hasn't been done, but as far as I'm aware, I don't think we ever. That's not a standard modelling we do.
So yeah, okay, that was maybe a misunderstanding then. But the point in my member query was specifically on emergency services, and you said in response to that you do some more modelling. So maybe that was a miscommunication. But,
yeah, I think that sounds like a miscommunication. Okay. Apologies for that.
But yeah, the ambulance services haven't raised concerns, it sounds like. So, and then final one. So in the impact assessment, in the equality analysis under sex and gender, it talks about encouraging women to cycle more. And then it says, therefore, by providing a segregated cycle lane, that would encourage more women to cycle. But we're not providing a segregated cycle lane, or not a physical one. And certainly part of it is advisory rather than mandatory. So have we fully considered those impacts, considering part of it is only advisory on those cycle lanes? And do we really expect this to support women to cycle more?
Yeah, we have considered that, and we do expect it to have that benefit, because any improvement to cycle infrastructure will help. And while it's not segregated by hard segregation, the mandatory will be very clear, and the advisory will also still be coloured and shown to be for cycles. It will still provide that protection.
Can I add something to the answer as well? This is not just a scheme for people cycling, it's also a scheme for people walking, so it's a scheme for everybody. The pavements will be increased in width by up to 2 meters. There's a very narrow pavement currently on the opposite side of the Barnfield Theatre, so that pavement will be widened. Also, the crossings will be improved, making it easier for people with protected characteristics to get across the side roads where Southern Hay is. So it's not just a scheme for cycling. Whilst the cycling improvements are of course welcome and an additional benefit, it's a scheme that improves it for everybody.
Councillor Wetherall.
Shall I do the point of information first?
Yeah.
I was just concerned that it doesn't go the minutes. Jamie Holland said that there's one exceedance. That's incorrect. There are no exceedances of the 40 milligram nitrogen dioxide limit at the moment. But more concerningly, you said, did somebody catch what Jamie said about the rest of Exeter? Because it implied the rest of Exeter is basically okay. Did you write it down, Neil?
Could I just ask you to get a little nearer? Sorry,
It's basically okay.
Lynn, could I ask you to get a little nearer to the microphone? You're very,
Oh, sorry. There we are.
perhaps it's my generation of deafness. I don't know.
Yeah, me too.
Getting clarity.
Jamie said something along the lines of basically the rest of Exeter's pretty good or quite low, well below the limits. That's completely wrong. Every single busy road in Exeter is way up and highly dangerous in terms of air pollution. I mean, if you want some figures, they're just Honiton Road 35.4, Alphington Street 34.3. The legal limit is 40. Any nitrogen dioxide is dangerous. So I am concerned that the minutes don't record that Exeter is basically all right for air pollution, because it's not. That's all. So that's just a point of information. And you
So
can look at the facts.
the officer, just say the officer might want to respond, because I
Sure.
don't know the database that they have to work with legally
it's the air
to
quality
comply with the
status.
regulations. We might wish to.
It's the air quality status report. So anyway, that's my point of information.
I think the officer should
Sure,
reply
yeah.
from the rest of, you might be fully
Yeah.
conversant with what you're, I think we need clarity from the officer that if this is a consideration.
I think possibly the context in which I was raising it was what assessment has been done about air quality and the impacts of this scheme. And the point I was making was that while we don't have any air quality modelling for this, some of the most polluted parts of Exeter, you mentioned Alphington Street, some of the roads where you've got really high volumes, canyon effect buildings, HGVs, significant numbers, which represent a big proportion. And the levels being achieved on Alphington Street, for example, which has got probably 20,000 vehicles a day on it, they're below the air quality objective at about 34 micrograms. So I guess the point I was trying to explain was, in the context of Southern A, where traffic volumes are significantly lower, you don't have many HGV movements. Yes, you have some, but not the significant volumes. So what my point I was trying to make was that from an air quality impact of this scheme, I'm not expecting there to be a significant air quality impact as a result of these changes, because of the volumes, because of the types of vehicles, and in the context of other radial routes where there are far busier and constrained parts of the network where even those levels are not at the national air quality objective level.
Yeah, I wasn't questioning any of that, Jamie. I was just concerned that it didn't go on the record to say that Exeter doesn't have a problem with air pollution, because it really does. That's all. It wasn't about. So, shall I go on to my
If you can carry on.
question? Yeah. So I want to pick up on kind of press further on Jack's question about the advisory cycle lanes, because I'm extremely concerned about them. As somebody who's cycled up there more times than I can, up and down there more than I can count. What was the road safety team's view on advisory cycle lanes, and can we have that information, please? Because I just can't believe the road safety team said yes, it's fine, because anyone who cycles up there and has to pull out, and as James Banyard said, Councillor Banyard said in his speech earlier, it's really, really dangerous to have to pull out. It completely negates the point of the cycle lane in many ways, especially for younger people who are not very good at making judgments about things like that, because they haven't got the experience of being a driver. So could you just tell me, Chelsea, what was the view of the road safety team on this? Did they carry out a road safety assessment on the advisory?
Yes,
cycle lanes?
they did. The road safety team's view was that it would be preferable to be mandatory cycle lanes. It's quite a difficult balancing act between the need for loading, which I'm sure James can speak about in a second, and other objectives. One thing that did come up in the road safety is that a big issue with the advisory is that you get people parking on them. The area that the road safety team were most concerned about is actually double yellow lined, so people shouldn't be parking there anyway. So going forward, we would be looking to monitor that, and if people are parking there just because it's an advisory cycle lane, it's still not okay because there's double yellow lines, and then seeing if we can find some way of enforcing the double yellow lines, if that makes sense. But James?
So sorry, I don't understand. Why didn't you go with what road safety said then? If they said they'd be preferable. Why?
I think I might be able to help with that, Chair. Obviously, the mandatory cycle lane prohibits loading, and obviously we are in very legal difficulties when it comes to restricting loading on a street. Obviously, at this location next to theatre, you've got the stage door for theatre. So obviously sets and etc. are loaded in and out of that stage door. You've got the Royal Mail post boxes there as well, which are also loaded and unloaded. So in that scenario, we have to permit loading at that location. If we try and restrict it and we get a challenge, which obviously legitimately we would do, then obviously that would require us to carry out a statutory public inquiry, which obviously we haven't got the money and the resource to do and could inhibit the scheme. So I think the fallback position, as already been stated, there is no parking there. It is double lines. So on the few occasions where vehicles are needed to load, so for the post boxes and for the theatre, it is recognised that we have to sort of kind of have this sort of interim position where we have to have advisory cycle lane at that point to facilitate loading at that location for the benefit of the theatre and the Royal Mail.
No, any further questions? No. So no, just when.
Yes, when you just said there are the few occasions when people need to load, you clearly don't spend much time on Barnfield Road. It's continuous. There's continual parking by delivery vehicles, especially on that road, outside the Forum and outside the Barnfield Theatre. So to say that there are only a few occasions is wrong. Now let others speak and come back to it.
I'll go through my list in the order. Councillor Wood next, then Councillor Hill, then Councillor Wright, then Councillor Nash, then Councillor Tony Stevens, and then Councillor Ketchen. All right, I think that covers everybody except Councillor Richardson. Then we'll go a full deck, full house. All right, thank you. Councillor Wood. There's only questions on the officer's report. We haven't got to a recommendation yet.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it does. I have to say, I sometimes feel for the officers in these meetings. It does. They are proposing change, and change is never popular. But when I sit at these meetings, I do feel for these guys over there being kind of bombarded after trying to come up with solutions to meet a very diverse set of needs. I mean, one of the things I have to kind of clarify, because there was a soundbite that slipped through the net there, is Exeter is actually a flourishing city. Its footfall and its high street occupancy is much higher than comparable cities. So I think we do need to kind of counter a comment that was made earlier. So because of that, there is a high volume of traffic accessing the city centre, and managing that is crucial, and it's not easy. There aren't good answers to this. We're a Roman-based old city, roads are thin, vehicles are getting ever wider, ever larger, increasing number of cyclists. This is a really difficult thing to manage. So I just wanted to put that as a background to my questions.
I was just wondering whether the question mark was appearing on the horizon. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, sorry. I just think sometimes we lose track of how hard the job is for these guys. So having said that, sorry, but this is a regular ask. Almost every HATOC, I seem to feel driven to ask, please, can we have an impact assessment attached to these papers? I get a hard copy version. Great. I like it. Not sure how green it is, but I like it. So why haven't I got the impact assessment in this? I've got to actually go and Google it, go and find it myself when I'm making a decision, which according to 10.5, I need to have due regard to the impact assessment when making a decision, but I haven't got it here. I ask almost every HATOC, so I've got to ask it again. And now, thanks to one of the public speakers, I need to start asking for the road safety audit as well, because I don't know the detail, and the officers are being grilled on the detail of the impact assessment. Sorry, of the road safety assessment. We should have that information as well if we're going to make a decision which at least seems to be partially driven by a need to make the road safer. Surely as decision makers we should have access to that. So those are comments and questions for future papers, but I think they're relevant. Thank you.
I think the officers should be allowed to respond if they wish to those comments stroke questions.
Don't have a response, I don't think.
I mean, I guess the impact assessments question is something we need to take away with democratic services, isn't it? About whether we actually get that attached. That's definitely something that I'm hearing.
It is a regular attachment to all papers that come to Exeter City Council, where we make similar decisions.
In terms of providing the road safety audit, I mean, you know, I've been doing this job for 20 odd years now, and getting schemes through committees and everything like that. Obviously, it feels like we're almost, it's feeling like we're almost being micromanaged. Being completely honest with you about these processes and where we're reaching, we do go to a lot of effort. We do impact assessments, we do safety audits. They're done in accordance with policy and procedures. We trust the judgment we get. We decide, we have to make decisions on whether that's a significant issue or not, and then we bring, you know, we bring the report with as much information as we possibly can. But I guess my fear is, you know, we're never going to get anything spent, nothing delivered anytime soon. Certainly not in this committee. And I'm concerned about what this is, where this is leading us. Really, yes, I'm more than happy to provide more information if that is what's required. But you know, I'm just speaking from the heart here and thinking about the officers around me who we've got 10 officers, 12 officers doing the whole county. We, you know, 12 committee reports written since the last October committee report we've done for the county. It's a slog, so I'm just trying to, just trying to bear that in mind really when you're, you know, when you know, yes, we'll bring more safety audits and append them to documents, but yeah.
It might be that is best facilitated by.
But you know, it's in the risk.
No, all I'm saying, I just think this might best be facilitated by hyperlink rather than us having trees cut down and thousands of paper. That members have got easy access to this if they wish to look at it. It doesn't become an integral part of the report. We have your report, but if members want to delve deeper, they've got the links to go to those documents that led into the report. That's all I would suggest as a possible way forward.
And any significant safety issue, we do raise that then with the local member to talk it through, you know, and that then informs the evolution of the scheme ultimately, because sometimes we've got to make those difficult decisions like the loading point. You know, do we go? We've got people in the room saying it needs to be mandatory because people park there all the time. We've got the Barnfield Theatre needing access to deliver that. So if we go hard on mandatory, we've then got another massive issue that suddenly the Barnfield Theatre can't run the Christmas panto. You know, those sorts of things we're needing to balance all the time. And I think the point we said earlier, if we went up there and looked at it now, that bus lane, the cycle lane that's there at the moment, faded white lines and it's just seen as highway. This is going to be a very clear, visible green cycle lane that says very clearly cyclists are using this route on both sides of the road, and that should be quite a visual deterrent to drivers. It should improve on the current situation, and that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to make the best facility we can that is that missing section into the city centre, and I guess that's all I can say. We're constantly needing to balance all of those different demands, and wouldn't it be better if we had this? Wouldn't it be better if we had that? But if you do that, you're going to upset that group there, and this is what we're trying to battle with all the time to give the best option we can. So I'll stop my impassioned speech now, and I've probably rambled on long enough. So sorry.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you. And I really do, as I said at the start, I really do feel for you guys because you are trying to balance the impossible. The city's not really designed for what it's got to deal with. Chair, I really appreciate your suggestion of a hyperlink because that's what we've got for the impact assessment. But that one's a definite locked legal requirement we refer to. But the road safety audit for those that want to access it, because according to Copilot here, the only way I can actually access it is a freedom of information request as a councillor, so that seems a little bit over the top. So a hyperlink would be great. Thank you. The other question I had was that under 4, we talk about there being alternatives within the paper, which is great, but the recommendation we're asking to approve is not linked to 4 options. It's done. So either the paper offering 4 alternatives is a bit misleading, or the recommendation needed to be. Do you see what I mean? The paper has 4 options, but the recommendation is truck on. So can I just clarification on how the 4 options dropped to 1 and actually we're approving it going ahead?
That's on page 17, item 4. It says do nothing, retain two-way traffic, construct all phases at once. But in effect, if you're advertising the traffic order, you're only presuming advertising the one option that is approved before us. Whereas in the Dryden Road one, we went for 4 options, 0 to 3. So what has effectively happened to these? Are these now off the menu, or are they for members to consider when they're voting on the issue later?
It's essentially, I mean, it's probably a question for Democratic Services, to be honest. It's essentially that when we're putting forward the option we're putting forward is the main option in the paper. When we take things to committee and have meetings, it comes out often that the same things are being proposed to us as don't do that, do this instead. So that if we'd come to you with just the one option, we'd have been told you need to keep two-way traffic. Have you considered that instead? So section 4 is essentially showing that we have considered these other options that might be really requested and why we haven't chosen to put that forward as our option. So for instance, on 4.2, where it says two-way traffic, we're saying that would be an alternative, but to do that, the scheme would need to be altered to include shared use paths rather than separate provision for pedestrians and cyclists. It would be quite a different scheme, but we're just showing that we have considered these different options, and these are the reasons that we're not putting this forward as the option we recommend.
So in other words, better wording would have been other options that were considered rather than alternatives.
Yeah,
I think it'll be clearer to members in future that this was what was looked off on the menu and we've come up with the particular one that we're putting forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is key, isn't it? Because that's part of our last discussion was about what have you looked at? What have you thought about? So that is really useful. Thank you.
Councillor Hill.
Hello. Have you, in line with the Dryden Road consultation, considered children of all ages in line with this proposal? So to recap, when we asked about how children are going to be consulted, you said that for Dryden Road, you'd go into schools, have all the kids sit down in assemblies, you'd consult children of all ages, even ones that can't walk to school by themselves. And I was just wondering how many, for example, 5 to 10-year-olds have been consulted for their opinions on walking down Southernhay, for example, with all of the additional traffic. And if it hasn't happened, why has it not happened, but will happen as part of the Dryden Road consultation?
You responded.
I think it's important to remember that every consultation is proportionate to why we're doing that consultation. So in this case, we wrote to schools, to the university, to different community groups to ask for young people's opinion. We didn't go into the schools like Dryden Road to make sure we got those opinions. We did consulted with them as stakeholders, but it was, I suppose, at a higher level than in Dryden Road. Our consultation questionnaire online, we ask that people are 16 to submit it because it's an online, you're putting information in. It's, you know, it can be a bit of a information nightmare in terms of what information we're holding about people anyway. So when we ask for age, we just ask for 16 plus. We don't ask for lower than that.
So how many children 5 to 10 years old have given their opinion?
I can't tell you that. Like through the questionnaire, likely none. A lot of the consultation responses are on behalf of families, but would be written by the parents in that situation.
Okay, so in comparison to the proposed consultation for Dryden Road, this consultation is actually incomplete.
I think, I don't know if you remember, in October, Councillor Brazil came to this committee and asked specifically for schools to be included in the Dryden Road consultation, which is why we have introduced an additional level of engagement with schools.
I'd also say it's not incomplete. What we've just heard is that we notified schools about the consultation. We're not going to be engaging with every single school in person and arranging assemblies for every scheme that we put forward. We deal with hundreds of schemes, hundreds of capital schemes, but we do engage with them because as Chelsea just, sorry, I'm exhausted. As Chelsea explained, you know, there's a long list of people we're engaging with. We just haven't got the resource to be going out and meeting, you know, that appendix 1 for every single scheme that we do, but we do recognise there is a need to engage and contact those groups so that they can engage with this and share their views if they want to. You know, we can lead a horse to water. Is it a horse or a donkey? Horse. But that, I think the message I'm saying is we are engaging with a wide range of stakeholders or trying to get their views, and whether they choose to engage and respond is entirely up to them. And what we're presenting here is 481 responses. Was it 481? 70 odd. It's a big number of responses for this scheme. That's a really good feedback. And yes, we might want to get in is how many people are 0 to 5, how many are businesses, how many are cyclists. Lots of them are going to be cyclists, but they're not going to say, hello, I'm a cyclist. People who cycle own a car, they probably drive in, they use the bus. You know, what is that actually going to give us in terms of information? The facts are we've got a slight majority that support this. But clearly we've got a mix of views, and what we're trying to do is look at our objectives for the scheme, look at the policy that we've set, look at our ambition for the city and what we're trying to achieve in transport, and deliver something that takes on board views and delivers the best based on the feedback we've got. We've got 51% of people saying they like it, and we've got a 40 odd percent who don't support it. But obviously, we're not here to say, well, that tips it one way or the other, but it's information that informs your decision to say, actually, balancing everything that I've heard and looking at the scheme, is it something I'd support or not? That's all we're asking today.
There is a clear inconsistency here in the way that this consultation has been conducted and the way that the Dryden Road consultation is proposed to be conducted. I'm looking at an image now on Google Earth where there's a child walking down Southernhay. His head hardly is in line with the rear window of the car that he's walking past. This is a road that, like I said earlier, is going to be used by the biggest vehicles that are allowed on the road. And this little child hasn't been asked. And you were in, I came to meet you when you was in Southernhay, speaking to people. How many times did a parent walk up to you with a young child and you said to the parent, oh, do you mind if I just speak to your child in private and get their opinion on this? Because that's basically what you said that you was going to do earlier on. And I was quite surprised about it. I suggested.
Councillor Hill, can we just keep it to short questions? I've still got.
I mean, I think it's quite.
Yeah,
important.
I think the point being made is each
consistency
public consultation to some extent is tailor-made, tailored to the situation of the application that we're dealing with.
I have a point of order.
I think it's important.
Councillor Hill, the chair's talking. Point of order, please.
The chair interrupted me.
Councillor Ketchum wants to make a point on this.
I think we need to recognise it's not for DCC to micromanage schools. You've approached schools, the schools go about how they engage with the young people. That's their area of expertise. It's not DC's. The reasons that's happened on the Dryden scheme is we had a petition, the public asked us to take a deeper dive, the council have gone beyond normal means to make that consultation, and we've even had submissions saying, now we don't want a consultation. What's it going to be? I think we just have to make reasonable asks, and micromanaging schools is not one. There is an opportunity for kids' views to be heard in this, and I fully support the way the council have gone about it.
There's a clue in the word public consultation. Nobody is excluded from taking part in this consultation if they wish. No group, no organisation, no school if they wish. But the authority only has limited resources to make direct contact with all of those. And it is
Okay.
tailor-made to the application that we're dealing with.
All we're asking for is consistency, and what I'm hearing is contradictions.
Next speaker, Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I now feel like we're in a debate involving officers, which really isn't how it should be. And I appreciate your constant trying to differentiate between that. So I'm just having to get my head round comments I want to make and opinions I want to put across shouldn't be in this section. We're not even into debating yet. So I have got a question, and Jamie, I fully appreciate what you've said, and officers don't very often actually tell us how they feel about things. So that little sherry moment, you know, we do get it, we do, and we are in a time at the moment. We have been for quite a few years now, where everything seems to be so impassioned and everything seems to be one side or the other. And I'm afraid the results of this initial consultation absolutely say that to me. It's just jumping out, oh, this is Brexit, almost, because we've got a 51% for and a 43% against, and then 5 not sure. So we're bound to have quite a lot of debate on this when we see what the results of a public consultation. It's not coming out clearly. 82% of people want this for various reasons. I absolutely appreciate the work that's gone into it. I appreciate the fact that what you're trying to deliver is something that's been agreed before about the E3 and E9 active travel policy, which involved nobody in this room at the time. So our lack of understanding perhaps on that is something that we need to go back and actually look at the policies that are having to be followed and delivered, those decisions being made by somebody else. But we're having to act in that. So I'm getting to my question. I really am, I promise. But since everyone else seems to be having a debate, I thought, oh, I'll just chuck myself into that as well. So but due to the 51% and all of that and all the things that we've been hearing, looking back through it time and time again, it just looks to me like stage 2 should be the thing that you start with. And also walking around that area all the time that I do very regularly. I haven't cycled yet because I haven't got that far because I don't feel safe. Yes. But driving around there, having used the Barnfield, having had to drive a van to the Barnfield for load outs, loads in and everything, I appreciate absolutely you can't do a 2-way mandatory thing. But also to me, what seems to be the more dangerous point from all the times I've been around there is indeed that traffic, the traffic control actually on Western Way, and that's come through the report. I'm just wondering why you haven't made that the stage 1 priority. I would feel so much happier about just saying, oh yeah, please go ahead and do that, and then also look at making the pavements better as well. That seems to me more of a priority that will have a much bigger impact on safety for pedestrians and cyclists and car users. Thank you for indulging me, Chair.
Could we have is there a response or I need?
I think it's important to recognise that delivering phase 1 will really help us get funding to be able to deliver phase 2 apart from anything else, and also that this phase 1 will dramatically help that phase 2 area in reducing movement of traffic at that junction. I mean, it is proven that reducing volumes of vehicles increases safety for vulnerable road users, and also by removing that a whole movement will make it significantly less confusing, and yeah, hopefully it will improve our ability to secure funding to do phase 2.
Thank you for that honest answer.
Councillor Nash. But it's legally still called Barnfield Road. There might be another road cutting across it, but effectively there are two sides to Barnfield Road, either side of Western Way.
So you're talking about the bit in phase 3? Mhm. That's phase 3, which legally is still called Barnfield Road if you have a look but that's phase 3. So that's the phase that's the least developed at the moment. When we did our consultation for phase 3, we essentially recognizing that it's much quieter and it's not a through traffic route, that any level of intervention would be lower. So in the consultation, we essentially asked people, this would be the final bit of Barnfield Road. What would you like us to do here? That will follow phase 2.
Is your microphone's not on? The world is missing your words of wisdom.
Outside the Barnfield Theatre, you were talking about the mandatory cycle paths and loading, etc. Should that not be kept for disabled residents who can be dropped off outside the theatre, such as wheelchair users or blind residents?
So in terms of the restriction, I say it's an advisory cycle lane, so there is no restriction on vehicles entering that area. There's WL lines which obviously prevent parking, but would facilitate loading and picking up and dropping off as well.
Thank you, Councillor Nash. Councillor Tony Stevens.
Thank you, Chair. This is quite a simple one, really. On page 25, you're showing a diagram of the two-way system now and the possible one-way proposal. You're showing a lorry and a car, 2 bikes and pedestrians either side. I look at it and I do admit that the pavement on one side is slightly narrow by half a metre. Oh, I've just lost my thing. Lost by half a metre. But it does sort of give the impression when I look at that there's a constant stream of lorries coming up. I'd rather see that lorry down the bottom as well to sort of show you the possible scenario of a one-way system and how much space is provided. It's sort of, I look at it and I think, yes, 500 cyclists use Southern A every day, but they're not all using it at the same time. That's staggered over. And the second question is, you say there's going to be hardly a nominal impact going onto a Western Way, but there will be an impact. And some of it's caused by the one-way system, obviously, in Magdalen Road, but there is an impact and you will just add to it. And you will add to people's journey times.
To the second question you asked, we're not denying there will be an impact. We're just saying that we've done the modelling and the roads will still be within capacity. We are moving the vehicles. There will be more vehicles in one place than there currently are, but the roads will all be able to cope with it. The junctions will be able to cope with it. I'm not sure I understood your first question.
Well, on my first question, you've got a picture of a lorry and a car, so to show you distance-wise between cyclists if these were to pass. But my thing is, how many lorries go up Southern A? I mean, yes, it is dangerous, but if you showed on the second picture a lorry going up that one-way street, it would still be quite close to the cyclists coming, that direction.
Yes, it's not been a purposeful decision to not put a lorry in that bottom picture.
Yeah, I just look at it and
so
I think,
cycle lanes in both sections are to design standards, so make sure that is that width.
But without going on the side, I think there is quite enough space at the moment as it stands.
The space we're gaining really in the one-way section of Barnfield Road is the extension of the pavement on the northern side. At the moment, you can't put a wheelchair or a pram on it. We'd be extending it to 2 meters to give pedestrians and all other users that.
Yeah, I understand that, and you're also extending either cycle route by half a metre as well.
Yes, to meet national guidance.
Yep, that's it.
Councillor Ketchen.
I've got 3 points. I think just to sort of get the motorist side of it first, currently Southern Hay's changed recently anyway because of the changes at Princess Hay, but if this goes to one lane, essentially what you've got is it would remove the rat running or whatever you call it and push traffic onto Western Way if that traffic persists. So the bottleneck to me is whether you're rat running through Southern Hay or you're pushing more traffic onto Western Way, it's the same end product, which is everyone's trying to get up Western Way. If you're looking to go south, it wouldn't make much difference to the scheme. So really the bottleneck, the key to this debate here for motorists, I think, is how you flow traffic up Western Way going north towards the Paris Street roundabout. Now, the thing that hasn't come out in this, and I think I've got this right, but the thing that hasn't come out and this hasn't been mentioned today is that around the junction of Western Way, by simplifying it, by making one set of traffic coming out of it rather than traffic going in and out of it from Barnfield Road, is that we will reduce the phases of the traffic lights. Is that correct? By one phase, so it'll go down from 4 phases to 3 phases. The question then is does that improve traffic flow?
The exact recalculation of the lighting phases hasn't been decided yet, but there is scope to improve the time that cyclists and pedestrians have to cross over Western Way, and also to improve that flow of traffic going through.
Are you describing a win-win? Because that's what I'm hearing.
I guess, yeah, I am.
Okay, I just wanted to bring that out because I think, sometimes these schemes are pitched as pedestrians versus cyclists or one group versus another. And I just want for people to understand, because I've heard a lot of good arguments today, but I think that needs to be brought out in the consultation when people are looking to give opinion to this, that there is a potential to improve the flow of traffic on Western Way, which I have to say after Alphington Road and Topsham Road is probably one of the most congested roads in the city, but you know that better than me. The other thing is the current state of play on Barnfield Road. My understanding is delivery vans use it, and it's double yellow lines the whole way up. And as I understand, there's no formal loading bays there, but there is a current state of play that delivery vans will park there and nip into the forum, that during the Barnfield Theatre drop-offs and pickups, it's used as a parking lot on both sides. It's people waiting there a lot more than 5 minutes. So the question is not about the current state of play, because I've made my own opinion on that because I use that area a lot, and I've seen kids on bicycles pushed out in front of traffic on that very stretch for this very reason. So I've got some lived experience of this, but my question is about good design. Is good design not about removing the need for constant enforcement, that constant traffic enforcement shouldn't be required because you've designed something well and it will drive people's habits to a better choice rather than making a cycle lane a parking lot? Slightly skewed question.
I don't necessarily disagree. I would be all for something that is self-enforcing, absolutely. I think we are constrained with the space and the restrictions that we can introduce and the legislation. So I think obviously there's comments certainly take on board, and obviously the recommendation here is to go forward to a consultation. Obviously we can see what the results of that consultation are. We can identify what the demand is for loading in the area, and we will consider that within the legislation and what the restrictions are proposing.
And my last question then sort of related, it's these advisory lanes and but it leads on. We've heard from the public today about value for money, and my sort of concern about the advisory lanes, and I want to explore this with officers, is bang for buck. We're putting in 400,000 to the scheme. We want it to be good value. We want it to achieve its aims. We don't want it to be a fudge. And we want to give people in Exeter a real choice about how their money's spent. So then one of the constraints that's been mentioned today is that this is used as the advisory lanes are going to be used because there's a loading element to this. But can I just get clarity? There is no formal loading bays on that strip currently. It's purely current public habit, and therefore we're not looking, if we put in mandatory cycle lanes, there would be no removal of formal loading bays. It would just be a redesign of the public expectation, because that's what the scheme's actually about.
So for clarity, W lines do permit loading. So obviously, and also blue badge holder parking, which is a sort of separate issue, but loading is the critical bit from a legal standpoint. So on W lines, you can load wherever you can, obviously where it's safe to do so. So by introducing the mandatory cycle lanes, we are essentially prohibiting loading in those sections. So obviously there's a legal right to object, and we'll have to consider that in due course and what the implications are of that.
Thank you. That's very
There are
clear.
no formal loading bays and locations on the street, as you said.
But that, and thank you for that clarity, because I was a little bit thrown earlier. But if there's no just to follow up question, if you don't mind, is that okay, Chair? Just for clarity, because I think this is kind of, there's sort of talk of public inquiries required to remove loading bays, but can I just clarify, that's for formal loading bays, public inquiry, not for the kind of scheme we're talking here, is that right?
No, if any restriction is looking to restrict loading, which these mandatory cycle lanes would do, so it doesn't matter if it's loading bays or W lines, if a proposed scheme is to restrict loading, which this would do, then obviously if we get an objection on that basis, then potentially that would require us a public inquiry to resolve. There are certain sort of variances and things like that, but obviously in terms of what we're proposing and the objections, I would expect that would be the public inquiry route. But again, we can have further discussions depending as to what the consultation bears out, if that's where the committee's minded to go.
Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Chair. Waited very patiently. It's just a technical question to the officers. So I'm hearing the debate about the issues with the double yellow lines and the advisory cycle lanes. So my question is to the officers, probably James, you'll be best placed to answer this one, is about this council's policy on red routes and urban clearways. Now, I might be wrong, but I don't believe in Exeter we have red route urban clearways. Might be wrong, and you might be able to correct me. But I believe that red routes can be used to try and mitigate this situation a bit. It removes that rule on permitting pick up and drop off. Double red lines, you can't do any of that. So I just wonder whether this has been considered in this scheme. Thank you.
In terms of red route, yep, correctly, we don't have any red routes within the county. That is a no stopping offence, so a clearway essentially. So rather than double yellow lines become double red lines, and that is no stopping, which would prohibit everything. But the implication is the same. We are prohibiting loading at those locations. So we'll have the same scenario. Obviously, if we get objections, we would have to reconsider that and go through the legal considerations. Obviously, whether it was considered, I suspect possibly not, given what's being proposed. But obviously, that's not to say something like couldn't be considered in the future if that was decided. But I'm not sure, again, with the implications of what we're proposing, it would impact the restrictions that we got and what we're implementing, or what's proposed to be implemented.
Thank you. I mean, hearing from certain members, I think there's perhaps a concern that, Councillor Ketchin talked about the behaviour outside Barnfield Theatre, where it is used as a place where people do park, and that would be in the affected cycle lane area for time to pick up people and drop off people. Obviously, that would have a severe impact on this cycle lane. It almost defeats the point, because cyclists would have to veer out and things. Surely double red lines would alleviate that, and so I'm just concerned, and maybe it might just be something this council could look at for all urban future schemes. Yeah, thank you.
I say, just to follow up, obviously the double red lines or the no weight double yellow lines with the mandatory school keep clear, essentially it's the same restriction. So there's not really much difference, but as I said, if we were to put double lines on the entire length, it would restrict loading, and that gives us legal headaches in terms of those that would legitimately need to load. So we would still have to provide an exemption for loading along that route from a legal standpoint.
Sorry, I just for clarification, I mean, I'm looking at, Department for Transport website, which says double red line always means no stopping at any time, but are you suggesting that's not correct?
So the restriction is no stopping at any time, absolutely. But what I'm saying is we cannot introduce that restriction. There is other legal legislation that would prevent us implementing a restriction that would prohibit loading and stopping on a restriction if we get an objection. And I would imagine we would get an objection because of the reasons I've already mentioned.
Okay, thank you.
I know Councillor Hill wants to come back. I'll just raise 2 points because I'm a pedestrian, I'm a driver, I use the area, walk there quite regularly. Just 2 points. It seems to me we've got a lot of friction about this parking overlapping on the cycle bay, whether it can be statutory, etc. At the moment, when you go into Southern Hay, on one side, because either left or right, there are loading bays that are designed there, so usually used by people parking, dropping off and hoping they're not going to get a ticket. But there are loading bays there. I cannot understand why we cannot alleviate the problem at the Barnfield and with the Royal Mail post box, etc., by having some designated loading bays around in Southern Hay, so the vehicles stop there and they move the 20 yards, etc., meters down to Barnfield or collect the post, etc., and then they're on the way out of Southern Hay in the direction they want. That's one point which would resolve the problem about the overlap of the cycle lane, statutory, etc. The second point is we're talking about the phasing of lights altering the flow of traffic, improving on Western Way, which you know is problematic at most hours of the day. My concern is for pedestrians, and I often go there because my pharmacy is down there, that pedestrians are not good at watching the lights, etc. That particularly on one side where there's an island in the middle of the road, they'll leap half across, look each way and then leap across the other. They're too lazy, they won't wait for the lights, etc. My concern is by taking a phase of lights out, you're actually potentially speeding up the traffic flow, which is what you want to do, which makes those pedestrians more at risk. Have you thought of having the system of the ticker countdown system on the traffic there, so pedestrians have clear know they've got their 10 or 15 seconds across, and we discourage people trying to hop across the road when they feel fit. That was my just 2 points. My 2 pennyworth.
Okay, in terms of response to the position of loading bay, obviously as a council we absolutely could propose and prohibit loading along Barnfield Road. There is nothing to say we can't propose it, but from a legal standpoint and as an officer experience, I'm clarifying that if we get an objection, we would need to hold a public inquiry to make that decision and restrict loading on Barnfield Road. As I said, as an officer, we would not be supportive of that proposal, recognising it. I would also highlight that obviously having sort of performed at the theatre and been involved in getting equipment in and out of the theatre, to get stage equipment through that stage door and round the corner is not viable. You need to be out very quickly overnight and things like that. So to be able to have to manoeuvre things around the corner into a loading bay that's not outside the theatre, it just wouldn't be viable. And that's why I suspect there would be a significant objection, a legitimate objection from the theatre.
It just seems to me that we're trying actively to encourage active travel. We want to make cyclists safer, but at the same time, we've got to leave with an alleged new system that compromises that position. And you're saying that effectively there is no other solution.
I don't necessarily disagree, Chair. I'm just here as an officer to clarify where we are on a legal standpoint from that. And I totally understand and would agree, but I think we are where we are with the proposals and the restrictions that we can implement the legislation.
It's just a point of information on red routes. They're only applicable, they're only authorised for use in London. And it's only traffic for London that is allowed to use them according to the Act.
This is the officer to reply, but somebody's AI is taking on somebody else's AI at the moment by the sound of it.
I'm going to say that the Traffic Signs Regulations General Direction 2016 did grant the use of double red lines to other authorities.
That concludes the questions for clarification on the officer's report. I think it encompassed a large percentage of the debate. Councillor Wright.
Chair, may I ask that we can just stop for 2 minutes to get some more water? I think that's all that's left in the room. When you gave us a coffee break earlier on, there wasn't any coffee, and could we just have 2 minutes to? I'll run down a corridor and try and fill the water bottles up from somewhere.
Well, we clearly haven't got the capabilities that Exeter City Council have got. I'm sorry for that. We're under-resourced. Yeah. Yes, I'll suggest a 5-minute break for a comfort break, and then we'll come back and then get into the debate, starting with Councillor Ketchin.
that has been lacking in Exeter. There's lots of little bits of schemes done here and there throughout the city. We need to tie these schemes together.
Sorry, just one thought. I jump in the gun. We're all eager.
Thank you very much for your interjection.
I need to formally remove the recommendation. So can I formally move the recommendations A, B, C, and D as they appear on the screen in relation to this project? I propose. Is there a seconder? Yes. Back to Councillor Ketchen.
Start all over again, however rude. We're seeing some improvements in active travel in Exeter, and there's wins there for motorists and for pedestrians. It's not all about cyclists. We need to get schemes that are cohesive so that people can take part of them in good faith. We heard from Councillor Wright earlier, since, you know, I'm not like to get on a bike, but there's bits there that just don't flow through. So we do need to pull these schemes together to make them work. We do need to spend money. We do need to get value for money, which I was pleased to hear about. I'm a big believer in that. And we've heard lots on safety, and we know there's not been one death in this area, there's been multiple deaths. And I do have personal experience of my own son almost being killed in this very stretch of road due to loading. So if I seem a little bit passionate today, we're all allowed to be passionate when we've got lived experience. I think we need to get the scheme right, and this scheme getting right will be by protecting cyclists, making better routes for pedestrians, but also having loading in appropriate areas. There's a win that hasn't been emphasised already for motorists on Western Way that should be drawn out in this consultation. Overall, I'm very pleased to see the scheme coming forward. I'd like to see it built as soon as possible so we can see the benefits of it. And I'd encourage the council to go forward with further schemes like this, because I think they are potentially cost effective, safe, and improve the lives of all people in Exeter.
Right, anyone else wish to contribute to the debate? Councillor Eade.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so the scheme looks to me like it will create a much nicer entry into the city, and it will encourage more people to walk and cycle in, which is what we want to do. Nobody wants our roads clogged with cars. There's too much traffic, and creating more encouraging alternatives for people to ditch their car if they can, while still allowing access, as this does, via car. I think it's going in the right direction. It's great to see cyclists will get priority going across Southern Hay West, whereas currently as you're cycling in, you have to stop there. And I've always found that junction a little bit not very safe. There's like trees there, it's hard to see cars come out, whereas now cyclists will be able to cycle straight through, which is nice. Cars will only have to slow down for a moment to let them pass, but I think that's a good shift. The advisory cycle lanes are a bit disappointing. I can understand the reasons why they're there. I don't know if this is something that can be looked at further and potentially considered if this could be altered. I don't know if that fits in with the minor changes. Potentially that is something that could be looked at with the road safety team, but it would be really good to avoid the situation of cyclists having to pull out into traffic coming from behind, which it will at the moment when there's drop off and pick up times either side of a showing at the Northcote Theatre. It's going to put cyclists at risk, so it does seem like a bit of a missed opportunity there potentially. On the consultation, it showed majority support. It was a slim majority, so I can understand sort of concerns around that. But we have to make decision, all things considered, of whether this is in the best interests of the community and consistent with the law and our agreed policies and strategies as they are. And I think on balance, this scheme does do that. So I'm inclined to support it.
Other speakers? Councillor Wood.
Thank you. Just because it's been referenced a few times, the closeness of the supported against not supported. This is a completely different sort of consultation to what we were talking about earlier, and it's not a referendum. What I've found is that when you put out consultations of this type, you will hear the negativity more than the positivity. Those who are passively comfortable or don't give a damn don't engage with it. Those who have emotion about it engage with it. And generally, people resist change. It's a human feature. We don't like change. And so with it being not as actively pursued and as deeply as such a deep dive as the last consultation we were discussing, I think the 51 odd % versus whatever doesn't have as distinct a meaning as it would when we see the results of the earlier consultation. So I'm just kind of drawing that out, if you like, that whilst we may put a lot of weight on individual feedback, because this isn't as actively sought or delivered a consultation, I wouldn't put such a weight on it as I will from the one that was held earlier. Thank you.
Could I try to bring up Councillor Bright?
I'm finding this incredibly difficult, Chair, this one, because of all the reasons people have talked about. If I just sort of step back from it and think, because I know the area well, as we all do, we're all from Exeter, live around there, work around there, whatever. I can't see that this is going to make a big impact on safety for cyclists or pedestrians. I think making a big impact to make the pavement more usable would be to actually cut the bushes by the wall on the pavement opposite the theatre. That's a quick win, because you can't always use the whole pavement because of getting your eye out on the whatever. There's other things, but it's really, really, really difficult. And I disagree with Duncan about the 51%, just to show you we're not whipped, as people say we are. This is a free thing. But I think really the fact that people do have the chance to make objections if they want to make objections, if this is, if we approve the advertising of this as a TRO, then people can come forward and make objections during that time scale, can't they? So there's still a chance for people to make objections. That's the way I understood it from what James was saying earlier on. Maybe you could clarify that.
This was the point I was going to make in my summation before we went to vote. People are either going to vote for this or against this or abstain. To me, if my understanding is, if you're voting for it, you're allowing it to be advertised as such. If there are objections, and they're substantial and sustainable objections, it would then come back to this committee for reconsideration, right? So it isn't, yes, this is the best thing since sliced bread, let's get ahead and dig up the road next week. It is for a public consultation through advertisement. If you're voting no, if you decide to vote against it, I assume, can you just clarify what would happen if a majority vote was against the recommendation?
Well, if the recommendation wasn't accepted, Chair, then the scheme would stop. I'm guessing we wouldn't be progressing anything further. So there would be no public consultation.
Of course, as Councillor Cashin, but those are the recommendations in front of us at the moment. It is up to any member if they wish to move an amendment to these, but we need to get the wording quite right, because these are legalistic statements here that do carry some weight and some impact. So that's the situation we're at the moment. So if it stands with no amendments, you can vote yes, it is advertised, and it will come back to us, or if there's significant objections to the proposals. If you vote no,
just a point of clarification, or Chair. A is about speed humps, and C is about the scheme as a whole. So just to say they're not mutually exclusive. You can do the TRO to put in the speed humps, doesn't preclude you from not approving the design. Just putting that out there, because those are two different questions, and I'm not saying either way on them. I'm just saying that.
It's because we don't want temporary TOs and TROs.
So just to clarify, A does mention the traffic orders and the road humps, because both those need the statutory consultations. Obviously, C is the scheme, but obviously if the recommendations are dealt with independently, then obviously quite rightly so they are linked, because obviously the scheme is the one way which is reliant on the traffic order. So there is a certain link. So I wouldn't necessarily consider them individually, Chair. It might be consider them as a mass.
These are the TROs required to carry out the scheme as before us. All right. Ketchen, then Councillor. Goes to Ketchen first, and then Councillor Richardson.
I don't want to stifle debate, but I would like to just make people aware that I would like to put an amendment in, and at the right time, I'd just look to the chair to.
Thank you. I'd just like to disagree with Councillor Wright about the footway being, you may correct me on the correct wording, but I think you weren't as concerned about the safety, particularly on the side with the trees. So the side opposite to Barnfield Theatre. Every time I've walked down that route, there is not enough room for several pedestrians to pass each other, and therefore pedestrians are forced to walk into the road. Currently it's a devised cycle lane, but this scheme plans to extend that footway.
We are now getting back into debate. I closed the debate. I was just introducing some comments to clarification on what you would vote, or how you, the implications of how you vote. Councillor Ketchen has given notice of amendment. Is Councillor Hill giving a notice of amendment as well?
I'd like to ask, I'll just ask a question. If we voted against this, against phase one, would that put a stop to phase two as well? Or would it come to the table later? Because like Lorna, I think that phase two should be implemented before phase one. I think that this one needs more work.
Could we have an officer response?
It wouldn't mean we abandon phase two at all. The funding we have got, the ATF funding that we've got for phase one can't be transferred to phase two. That is for phase one. We would continue, as far as I'm aware, continue to design and work on phase two and hope to deliver that. It would complicate phase two slightly, but it would still be, yeah, carried on. It wouldn't be, they're not mutually exclusive, as it were. They are mutually exclusive.
I mean, it's worth saying that yes, the phase two, we recognise the crossing. Something needs to be done at the crossing, so it would still remain in the programme. Whether we keep it as a priority or whether we look at other schemes, because obviously there's lots of active travel programmes, there's lots of public transport improvements that we've got lined up. We'd need to review where the next priority should be, you know, and obviously if it's uncoupling or unravelling, then we might want to look at other schemes that are a better value scheme to be progressing.
A call upon Councillor Ketchen to propose his amendment and see if there's a seconder. Check with the officers that there's no legal issues regarding.
Thank you. This amendment affects recommendation A and C, I think. To insert at the start of both, and there'll be a little bit of rewording, but the essential insertion is it would read, A would read as, amend the advertised TRO for mandatory cycling lanes along Barnfield Road to Southern Hay Junction, and then the rest follows, and that would be for both A and C.
Yeah, could you repeat it for the clerk? A little slowly.
Yeah, I'll try not to do it in a Scottish accent. I'll try my best. Well, it's not going to be easy.
The chief executive of the authority.
Amend the advertised TRO for mandatory cycling lanes along Barnfield Road to Southern Hay Junction.
I come to understanding is they're not mandatory at the moment, and you explained all the reasons why they couldn't be mandatory. By accepting that motion, which is a statement, what impact does that have on progression of this scheme?
So obviously, if we want to propose mandatory cycle lanes along Barnfield Road that would essentially prohibit loading, we can advertise that. If we get an objection regarding loading, which as I've stated previously, I think we are likely to because of the Royal Mail and the theatre, then that would, for the council to determine to proceed with those mandatory cycle lanes, we would need to have a public inquiry. Now, obviously, the cost of that would be quite expensive. I'll confess, I don't know what the cost is off the top of my head because we've never gone down that route. So we would have to look at whether we could amend the restrictions. Or whether we could, or we'd have to drop the scheme. The potential of proposing what we've got is that it at least restricts, the proposal is to restrict loading in a sort of small area. At the moment, loading obviously can take place along the entirety of Barnfield Road. And obviously that's not to say we might not get objection that people do want to load below the Forum junction. And obviously if we get an objection, we will have to review that in light of the legislation as well. So absolutely, if we wanted to propose it, we could do, But as an officer, I think that's going to generate more work than is necessary. And I think if we propose to say we recognise there's loading needed, we're going to try and restrict it to an area. And I understand the discussions about the impact on the cycle route. Absolutely, totally understand that. But from a legal perspective, I think we are kind of sort of stifled by national legislation on that side of things. And why I think the recommendation and the proposal for to relax and allow loading in a short section of the cycle lane, we know where it's going to be, rather than potentially we might be in a position where we might have to relax the whole lot and allow loading along the entire length. So until we advertise and get the objections, we don't know what's going to happen. But I think obviously, given what's happening on that street at the moment, we know there is likely to need some loading, and we've obviously trying to design that in and build that in at this stage to try and mitigate the unnecessary objections and unnecessary work.
But equally, I assume that if we carry on as we're outlined at the moment, we're likely to get objections from the other point of view of cyclists, etc., saying this is blocking our lane, and that then might again force the issue to come back to committee again anyway.
Well, as I said, I think given the nature of the objections, the discussion we've had, I think it's going to be controversial as notes. So it probably is likely to be coming back to this committee for a final determination. And I think as I said, I fully understand the desire for cyclists to have a clear cycle route. I totally understand that. But obviously from a legal perspective, I think we are a bit over barrel with this by national legislation.
Can I just raise another risk as well, that if we end up going to public inquiry, we do risk that, I don't know how long a public inquiry takes, but we do have a spend deadline of the active travelling limit money. So if it gets us blocked up with that, we may lose that funding and then not be able to deliver the scheme.
Thought I'd get that outline. Could I ask if there's a seconder for Councillor Ketchin's proposal? Yeah, I think you've clarified the position, and right. So the recommendation before you is as printed at A, B, C, and D. And I think on this occasion we can take a single block vote on these because they are interrelated, unless there are any further amendments. Yep. All those in favour of the recommendation as published, please show. 2, 4, 4. All those against the recommendation as published. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Abstentions? 1. Thank you all. And then from the officer's point of view, what does that mean?
That means the scheme is stopped. We will we'll continue with phase 2 and phase 3. The consultation report for all phases will still be published. And as Jamie said, we'll need to reassess priorities and things. But thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, I forgot to start again, do I? Oh, God, sorry. The position is we will deal with these division by division. Members will be asked by James whether they approve, do not approve, or wish to defer. That's the only information we need from members for each division. It's not a debate. It's not a discussion. There's no need for anyone else to, sorry, no disrespect, but it is a decision of the divisional member, not a committee decision per se. So James will outline the process because this is the first time all of us as members have been involved in approving TROs.
Thank you, Chair. Just a very quick brief introduction. Obviously, as members might recall, in the previous meeting last year, we did bring the requests for consideration as part of the annual local waste restriction programme to this committee for approval to advertise. Obviously, it's recognised that many of these requests had come from previous members prior to the elections, as the list closed in October 24. Obviously, they were subsequently advertised in September, October last year. We've had advertised 36 sites, 23 of which have had comments, and they're summarised in Appendix 2 of the report. Obviously, the requests come in through yourselves and the neighbourhood highways officers, who will obviously discuss it with yourselves before making a decision on what goes on the list for future consideration. Obviously, we're currently working on tranche 3 behind the scenes, which is the next tranche, and that list closed in October last year, and details were circulated to members on the timeline for that around that time last year. So as Councillor Mitchell said, obviously I'm proposing we go through member by member through the sites in Appendix 2, which of the sites have had comments. The recommendation is that the sites that have not had comments are implemented as advertised. Obviously, the majority, again, after having considered the comments, is a similar recommendation. But obviously, as Councillor Mitchell said, if there's any consideration on those, we can either implement as advertised, we can drop the proposals, or we can delegate the decision to the director in consultation with yourself as the local member and the chair, if there's further discussion, if you want further discussion to be had. So moving on to the sites in Appendix 2, the first sites we've got are for Councillor Ledbetter, who's obviously discussed with myself and the chair his thoughts. So since Berners Close, the recommendation to proceed as advertised, he's happy with. Denver Close, I believe he's sort of withdrawing his view on that, being a resident of the area. So obviously the recommendation is proceed. The proposal dropped. Obviously, one of the objections there was about it. One of the considerations was there being a fire hydrant in the area. It turns out there is not a fire hydrant in the area, so it's recognised and recommended to the committee that the proposals are dropped for that site. Glowfield Topsham is implemented as advertised, and the proposals for the Strand, Councillor Ledbetter's asked if we can again delegate that decision and have further discussions on that offline. So if we're happy with that, I'll move on to the next, Chair. So next one, we've got Councillor Ketchin, which relates to Collerton Mews and Curie Mews, both, and Victoria Park Road, Flying Close, and the recommendation for those sites is to implement as advertised. So I don't know if Councillor Mitchell, you've had any thoughts or any comments on those proposals. Okay, we'll come back to Councillor Mitchell. So Councillor Hill next on Langerton Lane, the recommendation there is to implement as advertised. Happy with that. Next, we've got Councillor Reid with the proposals on Vaughan Road.
Happy with those, thanks.
Yourself, Chair, Councillor Mitchell. I'm on Stoke Valley Road.
Happy to approve County Bridge Road. I'd like to defer Stoke Valley Road.
Okay, we didn't have any comments on County Bridge Road, but that's fine, so we'll delegate that, so that's fine. Councillor Neil Stevens, Barley Farm Road, Bowhay Lane, Fairfield Road, Grace Road West, Matford Park Road, Regent Street, and Rice's Mews. Recommendation implement as advertised. Happy with those to proceed as advertised? Yeah.
You've got more than your fair share.
Yes, actually, it's all the ones in Appendix 2. And then obviously for Councillor Tony Stevens, Barrett Drive, Cleveland Street, and Simi Close is proposed to implement, and Winchester is proposed to implement as advertised. Exwick Lane, again, no loading restrictions outside the school. Again, because of the legal reasons, the recommendation is there to drop those proposals.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming no, because I was working for Appendix 1. You're with us on Appendix 1. We've got them all listed. We've only gone through the ones with comments. I assume no one has any issues on the ones where there are no comments from anybody. That's just to clarify that point.
Okay, and then obviously just back to Councillor Ketchin.
I'm happy with all but the Curry Mews one, which I'd like to defer to the next meeting if that's possible.
Okay, it's not deferring to the next meeting, it's delegated powers, so we'll have further discussion.
Oh, yeah,
Fine.
absolutely.
Direct.
That's absolutely fine. Yeah,
So
great.
essentially, where we're deferring them, we're saying we delegate those to the director to make a decision in consultation with the local member and the chair. So a bit like we discussed with Dryden Road earlier. So that's the proposal for those ones. We can take it offline and therefore it won't come back to the meeting. So, okay, that's fine. So I think that's that then, Chair.
On the other matters, the officers have asked us to defer item 10 on the thing. In regard to the bus users and stake forum, this was on the previous agenda. Councillor Stevens is our representative there. Could I suggest, if it's possible, Councillor Stevens, for you to put something in writing for us? We'll circulate it and put it on the next agenda if anybody wishes to raise any questions. I think that will resolve that problem. Yeah. And actions under delegated powers, we have none, just for information. And the dates of the future meetings are there. The only reason that was raised earlier about a question mark of the 28th of April, I was concerned if they were trying to carry it up. If Dryden Road consultation was taking place and expected to come back originally at that date, it did conflict with potential elections that might have taken place in a certain place very close to us called Exeter. And I wish to push, that's why I suggested going to a later date. But the officers had already determined they wanted to move the dates for the consultation, so it wasn't coming back until July anyway. So there's no need now, unless the certain political party win their High Court action on the 18th and 19th of February, that we will be meeting and convening on the 28th of April. Thank you all for your attendance and stamina. Okay.